Arranca
Todavía
el
no inicio.
micrófono, Liliana.
Voy.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome each and all. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm delighted to be joined by knowledge seekers from around the world, including Canada, Mexico, Argentina. Did I say Canada? And many other places which they will soon appear. Hopefully Brazil will be here as well. So we're making this into some sort of international meeting, which is fine because we are moving into the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. It is October 3rd, 2021. And again, I want to thank you all for joining. Are there any points that anyone would like to bring up, or do they need anything? Randy, I know you came in during the disclaimer. Hopefully I have you set up okay. Are you able to be a co-host today?
Not a problem.
Okay, then I'll do that as well. We have Alex backing us up, and you can be, as Rick said, it's always great to have more than one backup. Just in case my system goes down, Randy or Alex will be able to pick it up. Whoops, sorry, I had my mic. Sorry, we're going to go to the 400th. And this was a little note that Rick had put into Mr. Keshe, but I want to remind everybody that apparently our speech is going to be somewhat curtailed, and we all understand why, but let's just go through it. And if I or anyone else brings up any of these subjects and it's an oversight on my part, please open your mic, as we will not be discussing any of the, let's say, top issues in the world that are on everybody's mind from now on until we arrive at a platform where we can do this. So let me just play this. You've probably heard it before, but we're going to just go through the few minutes of this just to re-emphasize the importance of this. And as we know, loose lips can sink ships. And we don't want the Keshe Foundation or any of its platforms to be taken down due to an oversight or a miscalculation by anyone, including myself. So we're going to review this again. And as I said, this goes for public platforms and private teachings as well. So let's keep this in mind, and we'll have a little discussion afterwards. They don't always seem to start as they used to do. Let's just see.
We would like, Rick, if you expand on it,
There we go.
please, because it's important for all the knowledge seekers, Keshe Foundation websites, Telegram, YouTube, and all the teachings you do. Rick, would you like to explain more?
Yes, just a second here while I get my screen up. Basically, it has to do with some new regulations with YouTube. So what's happening is I received a headline from the New York Times, which actually made statements about YouTube is banning all vaccine misinformation from its platform as part of an effort to reduce the spread of false claims about immunizations. That was the actual news that came in from, that was the breaking news from the New York Times. It was one of the headlines. So just let me get my screen up here. There we go. And so I went to the YouTube source of this headline because I wanted to find out more about it, as they were talking in the news blurb from the New York Times that YouTube said it would remove videos claiming that vaccines do not reduce transmission or contraction of disease, and content that includes misinformation on the contents of the vaccines. Claims that approved vaccines cause autism, cancer, or infertility, or that the vaccines contain trackers, will also be removed. So if we go to the YouTube blog where this information came from, the headline is Managing Harmful Vaccine Content on YouTube, and how they're expanding their medical misinformation policies on YouTube with new guidelines on vaccines. I note the previous medical misinformation page on YouTube on vaccines was over a page long, or about 2 pages of very detailed information. So they're expanding on that, and basically they give a bunch of reasons for that. And if we look at the policy, let's see here. So they mentioned they've had to work hard to remove various content and so on. So besides what the New York Times mentioned there, it says our policies not only cover specific routine immunizations like for measles or hepatitis B, but also apply to general statements about vaccines. So they're not only covering the COVID vaccine now, they're covering all vaccines and all misinformation about vaccines, or anything that falsely alleges that approved vaccines are dangerous or cause chronic health effects, and so on. And so this is the new policy that they've come up with, and they seem to be clamping down. Several prominent YouTube channels have been taken down recently, including, what's his name, Robert Kennedy, I believe it is he was one of the prominent sort of anti-vax people out there. His channel with millions of subscribers has just been taken down, and so on. So the important thing is we have to be careful when we produce broadcasts for YouTube to not include the so-called vaccine misinformation. So people that are producing the videos and are wanting to show videos on our channels will have to be aware of that this has now been taken a step up, let's say, on the whole claims about vaccines in particular. they brag how they've removed over 130,000 videos for violating our COVID-19 vaccine policies.
I think you said somewhere you think Telegram will go the same way.
Well, there's some rumors that Telegram might be clamping down as well on the so-called vaccine misinformation as well. So
whatever is not within the line of what they've decided will be taken down.
apparently at this point, yes. Now there's going to be, of course, a strong rebuttal to that, a strong pushback, and we'll have other avenues open up probably as far as people still trying to get their message out and so on. But it's become even more of a battle than it was before.
Yep, just just try to avoid talking or in the teachings or your private teachings about vaccines and corona. We understand how it works, we understand what it is, and hopefully in the near future there'll be other ways of communication that is not mass controlled.
Okay, so now we all understand the policy. Unfortunately, I just lost that video for some reason. I think it has to do with my mouse, but we want to keep away from any subjects at this point in time, even though we all have a lot to say and we all have a lot of information. We want to thank YouTube for keeping us safe. And we know where you're coming from because there is a lot of misinformation across many platforms. And we want to also keep our platform safe from any sort of problems that we may encounter by bringing up something that we shouldn't basically bring up at this time. So I hope you'll all respect it. If I start to get into it, or if anyone else starts to get into it, please feel free to open your mic and just mention that Mr. Keshe asked us not to engage in this sort of conversation at this point in time. And again, that goes for all platforms across the Keshe Foundation, including Telegram, private teachings, public teachings, and so on. If Mr. Keshe decides himself he wants to say something, usually he finds a way of saying it without actually using any words that are offensive, let's say. We've also had the opening of the Linz exposition yesterday, or exhibition yesterday, depending on how you want to refer to it. I think it opened at 10 a.m. in the morning yesterday. I don't know if there's anyone here who possibly went there and they'd like to share, but this will be open Monday to Friday, I think, from, I'm not sure if it's 9 in the morning or what the actual hours are. Keaton had sent me something to play, but I just can't multitask and do it immediately right here. But it was the video that we saw, I think, basically of the Unos shopping center, which has been abandoned, which has been picked up by the Keshe Foundation. We haven't gone inside. We've only seen the outside of it at this point, but I'm sure there'll be some things forthcoming. And of course, we're going to be let in the door and to be shown and probably sense or feel many of these fields that are going on in there. One of the interesting points I think he said that I picked up was that if you do attend this and you have a problem in your physicality or a type of disease, you may find that when you leave, you're not carrying that anymore. So what a beautiful touch to put in the center in some sort of way where the fields actually interact with you without even your awareness. And I think we may hear some testimonials about that as well. I see there's a few new people here with us today. If you'd like to tell us your name and where you're from, we welcome you. Don't be shy. It's just asking for your name and where you're from. If you'd like to make a comment, you can feel free. Okay, I see Alejandra. I see Vera. And Bernice, are you new visitors? Martha? Are any of you new? Just you don't have to raise your hand or anything like that. You can, this is a roundtable discussion where we're all equal. All souls are equal here. So you have just as much right to speak as I do. John?
I can vouch for Alejandra Bruñone. She's here from Argentina, down from Mar del Plata.
Welcome, Argentina, a second time. Thank you for joining us today. Anyone else?
Gracias por
Hi,
unirte al
everyone.
grupo.
I'm Vera from São Paulo, Brazil.
Welcome. How did you find the Keshe Foundation, if you would share?
A friend of mine told me about, and I'm new. It's only for a few months, 4 months. So I'm still learning.
We all are, and this knowledge never ends. I think it's going to
No.
go on.
It's huge.
Thank
It's
you.
immense.
We thank your soul for bringing your physicality here. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. It's an honor.
And we know the Brazil team has been doing much work and reaching out to many, and I think we'll be seeing some manufacturing there in the very near future. Anyone else want to introduce themselves? Is there anyone new? As I said, I see.
Por ahí está Marta de México.
Ah, very well. Hello, hola, Mexico.
Marta.
Hola, buenos días a todos.
Gracias.
Encantada de escuchar la información.
Gracias, buenos días a todos. Alejandra. De Argentina.
Good. Well, we're adding knowledge seekers, or the universe is adding knowledge seekers all the time. We know there's probably hundreds of millions of knowledge seekers around the planet. Many of them are maybe a little too shy to come forward, but over time and as these systems get introduced more and more to the public, I think we'll see their beauty will show. But at this point, some of them, many of them prefer to stay in the background, and that's fine as well. Mr. Keshe has showed us a new system in the last workshop where he's actually going to put almost like an egg inside an egg. Martha, did you want to add something? Please feel free. Normally, we do keep our mics closed during the session. So if you're not speaking, we just ask you to keep your mic closed. If it's open, we will close it for you. Martha, did you have more?
Martita, si cierras tu micro, porfa.
Perdón.
Okay, very well. What I'd like to do is to, as we saw, Mr. Keshe is introducing some new systems, and he said it would accommodate the physicality if you choose to go that way, or the soul level. So I just wanted to share a couple things here. One is from the, let me just refer to my note here. And I think we'll go to the 262nd. Now, this is Mr. Keshe's 8th year of delivering these knowledge seekers workshops and so on. And we want to thank his host, Rick Crammon, and for all the knowledge he's delivered over the last so many years, besides the knowledge workshops and conferences and in papers and in books. There's such a knowledge, such a beautiful knowledge that's never been dispensed so rapidly and so completely across the universe. So we're very fortunate to hear and to try to absorb more and more each time we interact with Mr. Keshe. And again, What I say, don't take it for granted, or what anyone else says on this platform, unless it is Mr. Keshe. If I say something, always check it out, because sometimes we don't always have the knowledge correct, or it is correct for us, but it may not be correct for you. And all this knowledge is the interaction between your soul and the soul of the creator through this knowledge. And it's what it means to you, not what it means to anyone else. But we can all be free to share what we think we understand, which is encouraged by the foundation. So I just want to go and take a look at this agricultural section. This is, I think, from the blueprint on agriculture, but we know we can travel in many different ways. Some of the ways may not require food, but for those who haven't understood or haven't learned how to absorb from the fields, and of course, this may be coming a little bit more rapidly than we expect, here is a short video on the GANs and the farming and what it can do. So I want to play about 2 or 3 minutes of this, and then we're going to go into some zero time communication from the 268th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Ever since I did an update on my computer, the videos don't seem to want to start on time, but I may have to rewind it. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Let's see if we can just bring that back. Oops. I'm sorry for this little.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate. Plasma agriculture. A new method of farming and agriculture through the use of the new Keshe plasma science and technology. Farming. Virus processing protects the life of farm animals by processing away the energy packages called viruses. Increase in fishery and farming products. Create the optimal conditions for farming to thrive. Reduction in growth time. The plants grow faster and stronger. Reduction in harvesting time. The earlier maturity time for harvest allows farmers multiple harvests per season. Extension of the shelf life of agricultural products. Increase in grain protein content without interfering with seed genes. Environment. Reduction of chemical agriculture inputs. No more fertilizers or pesticides. Progressive reduction of land nitrites and chemical contaminants clean and restore the environment. Decontamination of agricultural water from poison and metals. Health through food. Reduction in the use of chemical fertilizers or antibiotics in farming practices. Food nutrients in the crops are kept without the use of genetic modification. Improved health for people and environment. Plasma culture. Using the Keshe plasma science and technology, the environment creates and provides to the plants exactly what and how much they need to prosper. Reduction in use of groundwater in agricultural systems. As the energy is absorbed from the environment, a plant does not need that much water to create its own food and energy to grow. Greater crop tolerance to temperature variation. The possibility to grow crops in any climate at any time of the year. Non-GMO. Use of the newly discovered natural state of matter known as GANS plasma water allow the natural growth and development of agricultural products. Use of non-GMO agriculture process proven through governmental tests. Financial security for farmers. Simplify the methods and processes requiring less effort from farmers. More than 30% increase in crop yields. Increase in income for farmers. Global change. Eliminate famine worldwide. Increase national and global food security. Contact us. Visit our website for the brochure in your language.
Plasma products found at keshefoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation with protective plasma formula. CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen. Emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magrav's Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshefoundation.org/store or find a distributor near you.
And he didn't get to say tax and shipping and not included. But this was the view of the store from a couple of years ago, just over 2 years ago. And there was a small amount of products. Now I think it's over 150, and some of the products, like the insoles, I think have been eliminated, these things for your feet, but the other products have been improved, and like the pain pad and the pain pen. And there's even the t-shirts have been, I think that same t-shirt is there, but there's also a new view of a t-shirt with some new cotton and so on that is available. So the store has many products on it, and including for agriculture, for pests, and also for plants. So you can take a visit onto the keshefoundation.org/store and take a look at something you'd like to give as a gift perhaps to another, or something you may find an idea to replicate on your own and work in that manner. And many people have reported very good results from these products that we see in the store. And as we know now, there's the vertical enhancement unit, the universal body enhancement unit, and many, many other products. As people start more and more to become aware of this knowledge, they will probably either be making their own or purchasing things on the store. So I just wanted to bring that attention. And of course, life, even though some of us may be going into space, depending on your decision, life is going to continue on the planet. And so therefore, not everyone is going to understand about absorbing fields without eating or without killing. So we're still going to be producing food, I'd say, for quite some time, or if you'd like the pleasure of eating, Mr. Keshe, we can enjoy that. As we know, our souls and our bodies are just big conversion mechanisms in a way. So we're constantly converting things from one to the other. What I'd like to do now is go over to the 268th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where we hear a little bit more about zero-time communication and also a way to absorb fields from stars and suns and different things we may come across in the universe, which knowledge was totally unknown to most of us. You would think they'd have restaurants set up out there for steaks or whatever, but as Mr. Keshe said, there's no killing and really no eating in space, but there is feeding. And you'll be fed to the point where you're totally satisfied, probably not even thinking of food anymore. So let's go over to this one. And we'll play a little bit of it. I'm not sure how long we'll go, but let's at least spend 20 minutes or so with Mr. Keshe, and then perhaps we like to discuss it. So the farming can bring food security to the planet. It can clean up the soils, and knowledge seekers have made devices of cleaning the soil and enhancing. And you can just take the CO2 GAN's water or the Cup of Life GAN's water and apply it to your home plants, the ones you have in your home, just to see how much they love it and the way they absorb fields. And this is the way we're going to be learning. Apparently, the plants have a very good handle on absorbing the energies they need without chasing or killing anything to do that. And of course, many of them are very long lived on the planet, where we see olive trees 100 years old and so on in Italy and other places around the world. So the plants contain many secrets, but they haven't revealed them directly to us, probably because they don't have a mouth and tongue to speak it. But as we're going to find out here, that the zero-time communication between each other and between other souls is very much possible. And we've been doing it for a long, long time, even though we're unaware of it. So let's go to this clip for a few minutes, maybe 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up for any discussion before we go to spraying the Dome of Peace, which is one of our Sunday practices. But it can be practiced any day of the week as well.
Host today, along with Flint Mulhausen. And as usual, we are joined with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe he's ready to speak with today's teaching. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers series of workshops. As many of you are aware, today is the first day of the spring, it's equinox. And in so many ways, people of Silk Road celebrate this day as a beginning of the new year, and as part of the Silk Road, which as Iranian nation we are, I give all the Iranians and people of the Silk Road the warmth of the new year. Eid Hameh Shoma Mubarak. It's been tradition that this day we share gifts and we give gifts. Maybe the knowledge we share today will be one of the biggest gifts we can give each other. In part of the knowledge, understanding, is being able to communicate. That's what it's a gift, that we can talk, we can understand each other, and we can communicate. Sometimes by sign, sometimes by word, sometimes by emotion, and sometimes as we enter the dimensions of the universal community through the language of the soul of the man. Some people have created a new words for what is already been here from the beginning of time. Zero-time communication. Those of you who talk about the zero-time communication means you have not understood the work of your own soul. The soul of the man has always been in working at the zero-time communication. Now, as we understood more and more about the creation and different aspects of the technology of life, now we come to understand we have already known about zero-time communication. It's just that we could not find out where the noise was coming and who was making the noise, who was talking and who was listening, and how fast it was done. Then it brings us to one of the most important parts of the what we call, as we become the voyagers of the space, as we join the universal community. We worked so hard to learn how to make the fuel. We worked so hard to get the reactors. We worked so hard to start moving. We have managed to get ourselves out of this village of Earth, and now we come across the being of the universe. How do we communicate? How do we tell them we love you? How do we tell them we are men of peace? They don't understand Chinese, Russian, Farsi, or English. But they understand one thing, the language of the soul of the man. If you go back to some of the teachings of very, very early time, I always said that they read your mind before you even open your mouth, because they don't need it, they read what the soul is thinking. And then, if you understand, you can always be on your guard that I don't want to think nothing bad, just in case they think I think bad, that they can do something with it that is not my intention to do or say, but my soul just want to think that way. And then it goes back to the teaching of Zoroaster. He says, Kerdarenik, Koftarenik, Pendarenik. It means think good, do good, and act good, speak good. So if you look at it, the Iranians and Zoroastrians were already man of a space. They've been trained before to be ready for today when the man takes into space. That they do not even think, let alone do wrong or talk wrong. So we understand different cultures have matured in different way, and in so many ways, many of the new time scientists talking about the zero-time communication have not understood that their own souls has been at this work for centuries. But how do we communicate with this zero-time communication machine, which is the soul of the man? And how do we transfer and translate the knowledge of the other souls in the universe? Then, as nowadays we say that the common language is English on this planet, or is becoming more of, then some times ago they said the language of Esperanto will become part of it, but never picked up because it was too complicated. We have already learned some words, yes, no, please. And as many Chinese tell you, is yes, thank you, no, please. Where in fact, the English says, yes, please, no, thank you. And then you can see what a laughter we make of our own conducts in the depth of space. Can you imagine your soul saying no, thank you, when you mean yes, please? Or you say yes, thank you, no, please? Or we don't need that language because the other side reads, we are thankful for seeing. are what we call fellow men of universe. On earth, we kiss and cuddle, we shake hand, or we bend. How do we shake hand with the soul of a stranger in the depth of space when he tells you he loves you, he respects you, and he thanks you for joining the community? He has no physical dimension for you to cuddle, and he has no dimension, no lips to kiss you on the cheeks. He lost it long time ago when he matured in the dimension of the universal community, where he doesn't kill to consume, and where he doesn't have a mouth to utter wrong words. How does mankind mix this new non-verbal zero-time communication? Then it comes to another point. As we know, our soul travels the depth of the universe, and sometimes somewhere meets the cousin, the mother, the friend, in the spans of the universal soul. Then you come to understand what you dream and what you remember at that time of the dream is zero-time communication. Your physicality is in the dimension of this planet, but your soul is in the presence of the soul of the speaker or the one you communicate with. Then we understand man lives this double life of being in two dimensions, keeping the physicality on the earth, but letting the soul to fly on the wings of freedom of its space. Then it comes, how do we bring these two together? Can we change? Can we exchange? Can we develop systems that our words of physicality is heard by the ear of the soul of the receiver, not through the ear of his physicality? Then, do we need to live this planet to become the man of space? But now that we understand that the soul of the man in a zero-time communication can travel the span of universe, is there a need for man to leave the village of Earth? Or do we just leave because it's nice to be tourists of the space? Then we come to one point. That is, when we want to go somewhere, when we want to communicate, we use our soul. But if we want to become the tourist of the space, we use the spaceship. It's very much like, I want to go to the office, I take my own car. Or I wanted to go to the office, but I like to chat with this and that, I get a bus. Do we call the soul of the man the private car? And we call the spaceship the public transportation? Because I can talk to who I like, and I can see the scenery, the buildings, and everything else. Then it comes back to the beginning of the teachings. And in many teachings, I have said, man uses different names for the same purpose or for the same thing. So, does the single transportation of the body of the man in physical dimension become the use of a private car? And then when he wants to travel the span of the universe that he knows of his time and existence, he becomes the traveler of the soul of the universe. But sometimes it's good to be with the others. And then sometimes it's good that you try to come on a bus which doesn't go from your house to the center of the village or town, but it goes through different part of this planet. And in that process, you see the Chinese, you see the Indians, you see the Persians, and then you see the black. You go to see the white man, and then you go across America, and we see the Red Indians, and then we come to South America. And then the question comes, won't the new ship, the new bus, will do the same for us and will take us this time across different galaxies and universes for us to see the beauty of each. We just change the name. But the purpose is the same. To see more, to understand more, to appreciate the beauty of, and to live the life that it has no burden on others. Then it comes the reality that what have we done to ourselves as a man on this planet? What was the purpose of all this killing and destruction? Why don't we put aside all this and become men of peace, and together we enjoy the journey on this planet and beyond? This is what is about to happen. In a coming time, we disarm all the arms. In coming times, I will make a rose out of every gun. It's very easy. As knowledge seekers, you have learned the transmutation of the elements through the transmutation of energy. The root of the flower, the stem of the flower, sitting on the bullet becomes the energy source for it to exist. Will not shoot a bullet, but will grow the rose of peace. Fortunately, and very fortunately, the Keshe Foundation, through operation within nations of the world, is on the verge of this achievement. Very soon you will understand, sooner than you think. Then we all make the bus, and we all decide which bus, on what road, on which city, and which continent, and which galaxy. Maybe the spaceship will still make the same stops, because it's too much to go to planet Zeus without taking the others who are waiting in Washington or in Tehran or in Beijing, and all want to go to the same destination. Would the spaceship stop at every stop, international route to universal route? And then when we land together on planet Zeus, they ask you, where are you from? You don't say I'm Chinese, or I'm Iranian, or I'm American. You say we are from planet Earth. And this is the ultimate goal of the work of the Keshe Foundation. And sitting where I sit today and being the Iranian New Year, this is the gift I bring. The leaders of the world have decided to go the path of the Keshe Foundation. And in due course, we all become the passengers of these ships. I've been asked to keep quiet and do not talk till they are ready. But the preparation for this journey has started. It's not anymore the knowledge seekers on this chat room or on this teaching, or those who listen to these teachings. Now is that the voice of our work over years has been heard by the leaders of this planet, and we have seen the response. The work of becoming the travelers of the space is not just to get on the spaceship. Now is to learn the zero-time communication of the soul of the man. If I could share with you what I have in my hand, and what we have in the progress of the mankind towards world peace, most of you will say, I was there when he said it. And we deliver what we have said. The leaders of this planet have decided to take the path of peace. And we have seen the first signs, and we have become part of it. It has been our wish, and it's been our destiny to be at this time. But the process of disarmament, the process of world peace, is a gift that we can give you today as a Iranian New Year's gift. It's not a dream. Even in past few seconds before the teaching starts, I've received the pictures, which confirms more the commitment of mankind to peace through its world leaders. We are not the dreamers. We have worked so hard to achieve it. It's not a wish anymore. Now it's become the reality fact, which is now takes time, very short time, to become part of the structure of the humanity in the coming months. Those who are very close around us, they know the situation. In so many ways we want to shout, but in so many ways we have to let those who organize it to do the shouting. It's their victory in understanding the peace is the ultimate goal of the human race, not us. We are the facilitators as Keshe Foundation. But the whole thing goes back on one thing, that if I learn to speak in a zero-time communication with the man on planet Zeus, why don't I do it on this planet? And then if I can understand the zero-time language communication of the man on the planet Zeus or anywhere else in the universe, these are all entities which I have no understanding of their living, but they're there as creatures, they respond to me. I smile, they smile back most probably. I say hello through my soul and they answer hello. Just say I love you, meeting you, and I get the same feeling back. It means they love me too. Then it comes to me on this planet, if I can read the soul of all these things in the universe, would I read the soul of the lamb? Or would I read the soul of the chicken? And it says, do not eat me. I love you. I have the right to live. Then would we take that step to kill, to survive? Or would it change us to understand this zero-time communication allows us to develop new tools, to be able to understand new resources of life? Then life becomes very hard on this planet. Because even a grain of rice has a soul. We know it has because when we send a grain of rice or wheat to the lab sends us a report. 15% protein. It means it carries many, many lives inside it. Protein is not on its own. It's a cycle of life. It's your muscle tissue protein or your eye. Then you have to consider, cannot talk. And then would the man take the new path? Zero-time communication in zero-time supply of energy from the universe. Then would we find a way to zero on the energies which are not needed in the universe, become the source of life for mankind to live. We are not philosophical, This is what many of you are going to face very, very soon. This is just opening of a little gap between the door and the frame, and the light shines from the other side. Is it going to startle us, or are we going to open our eyes to the facts and the reality of what is behind the light and what is shining? One of the biggest problems in the coming time will be for mankind to understand the language of the soul of those who are the permanent travelers, sightseers, tourists of the universe. If you thought that only Chinese nowadays travel to see the whole planet, you do not know how many from other planets are travelers of this space. We have a beautiful saying Farsi. I've said it before. We say, "Gah kohi nashavi raswa ham rangi jamal jo." You don't want to be seen, become part of the scenery, the group you're in, then you don't stand out. So we become intelligent enough to travel to planet Zeus. We cannot walk with 2 legs and 2 arms, where these people have no legs and no arms and they float. Wouldn't that be funny? So how do you get rid of the legs and the arms and you start floating that they don't know you are from planet Earth? You need so much energy to get 2 legs moving, where you can tune. There's the soul of the guy down the road and he pulls you there and you tune the next soul down the road and you get where you want to go. No energy spent. Then you understand we truly have to start becoming the travelers of this universe. Because now we have become aware of the things we have to do, and the things we can do, and the things we cannot do. We become aware of Chinese when we start learning how to use the chopsticks and how to sit and talk. Then we have become a tourist. Now, how do we learn about how to hold the tool of the soul of the man in planet Zeus? Don't forget, he is mature to the level that he doesn't need knives and forks to eat. He takes from the space of the universe what it needs and what is made available. If you think of it, the universe is like your mother. You remember when you were a child, mom takes the spoon and you it, then you grow faster and she enjoys you. Now mankind has come to become that child of the universe. And there are many mothers who have the spoon ready to let the child mature. And this child, which is the mankind, has to become very kind to himself, to allow it to understand the love of the mother and how to mature. And what are the traditions and what are the yeses and nos in the dimension. Many of you think this is not for me, it won't happen in my time. And when it comes, I learn. I have a very bad news, extremely bad news. The time is now, and the place is this, as we are. The time has come for us to become part of the universal community. And in a short time, many of you will take into the wings of fires in the universe. You will learn all the tricks of somersaulting in the space without anything, and saying, I haven't eaten for 3 years and I'm not hungry because I've learned how to tap into what nobody else needs as energy. You see, there is a secret in the work of the universe. Now that you understand the work of the gans, now that you understand and you've seen that you have transferred the energy of the gans into the water and you drank it and it gives you the taste of the orange, many of you were wondering what are the stars for? That's exactly what they are for. They are the providers of the energy without the man to kill. The stars are filling stations for those souls who travel the space of the universe that they do not need to kill. They are fuel stations of the universe. But unfortunately, man has missed one thing, that he waits for these fields to convert to the matter that he can use it. He says he received energy. But when you become the passenger of the universe, your fuel stations are all those billions of stars in space. You just need to learn how to tank. And don't forget, when you want to tank a car, there is a fuel tank. It's got a cap and it's got a key. You have to put the key inside to open the cap to be able to fill it. Now, it's for mankind to find a key that he can tap in to the universal energies which are released by all the, what you call the sons of this universe. Now you know why there are so many stars. They are not there for the beauty of your eyes. They are there for the nourishment of your souls. Then mankind shall not kill. Then you take the same as the earth takes what it needs from the sun, you become another planet. The planet of the soul of the universe.
Okay, I think we'll stop it there, but you can see how very clearly there's two different positions that we can do. We can wait for the energies to become matter state and consume them, or we can take up from these various entities in the universe that emit energies that we can use as food. As he said, I've been in space for 3 years and I'm not hungry. And I know this is beyond the imagination of most, because we all eat 2 or 3 times or more per day. Some people eat once every other day, only because probably they don't have the availability of food. But we can see in the matter state we're consuming. And when we go into the universe, we will learn how to tank up through the energies. He said the stars are not just there for the beauty. They're there as energy providers, as mothers to feed with a spoon the travelers of the universe. So hopefully we make a separation there. And of course, there's more to it. And there's more to this workshop as well. So I just thought I'd share that with you because so many of us feel that if you can't eat in space, how would we ever survive? But Mr. Keshe has just pointed out the way that it's done by the travelers of the universe. I don't know if anyone would, before we go to the Dome of Peace, would anyone like to make a comment or something that was triggered in them by this? And that's probably why you don't really have any heavy people out in space, because they're all feeding off the fields and just the energies without too many calories included. And again, these are energies that are provided by the universe. There's no growing and waiting for things to convert into the matter state before we take it and put it in our bodies and convert it into energy. So, and we can do this now, right where we are, as we're learning with food GANs and other things in a very sort of simple way. I think the energy of the universe are maybe a little bit stronger, and we only need to tank up periodically. Would anyone like to make any comment on that before we go to the Dome of Peace? And then that'll be followed by Alex's teaching. So if you'd like to exercise your voice or say something that was triggered. It does sound like it's a dream, but it's not a dream at all. It's just the way things work. And of course, again, about the zero-time communication, we've been doing it for millions of years. It's just that we don't think we're capable of doing it, but you're doing it all the time. When you dream and you remember your dream, that is a zero-time communication. And I've never dreamed that much, but since I've got these vision enhancement glasses, it seems like I'm dreaming more than I did when I was much younger and remembering the dream a little bit. So I just thought we'd share that for today. If we do go to the next portion, if no one has any comments. Today is Sunday, and Mr. Keshe has asked that every Sunday we continue to spray the plasma waters and to elevate the soul of the planet in this greatest movement. So I'll just let Mr. Keshe read it. And then we do have a short video from Liliana, and maybe you'd like to share any of your plasma spraying stories. And we will continue this until we reach a permanent feature of peace on this planet.
Put it in some websites, so I'll have to find it.
So there you have it directly from Mr. Keshe. He's asking all knowledge seekers to participate in this. And Liliana has sent me a very nice short video. And is someone else sharing the screen?
Yeah, hi, Mark. I was just covering up there.
Okay, let me just take the screen back for a moment.
And by the way, I didn't see that video transmitted, so I may have messed you up there.
That's no problem. Did you hear Mr. Keshe's voice?
I didn't. I don't know about the others.
Okay, let's just go back to that if we can. No problem. Let me just share the screen. Thank you, Alex, for letting me know that. Okay. Let's just see here. I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, I'm going to share the screen. We're going to go with the Dome of Peace. I'm just going to back it up here, and hopefully it starts again. sure exactly of the timestamp. Let's see where we are.
Nice voice. Ah! Okay.
Here we go.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So if you'd like to exercise your soul, I think we all heard it this time from Mr. Keshe. I heard it a second time. But anyway, you can all participate in it. And as I was saying, we have a short video from Liliana that I'd like to play. It's only a couple minutes, but we can all participate in this and exercise your soul. And if you have no Ganses and you want to participate in it, or you have no plasma water, feel free. You can take an empty bottle, or you don't even need a bottle. You can just project from your soul these fields of peace to the soul of this planet. And I believe it'll work the same way. Sometimes these physicalities are somewhat of a gimmick. As he said, the Ganses and so on are just to get us to understand the workings of the soul, but we use the matter state to achieve that in many, many different ways. And this is from Liliana from Mexico. I want to thank you. And if you do have any videos, if you'd like to make some videos, please send them into the Telegram to the Keshe North American Corona team, and we will play them on Sunday. I want to set something up. I was thinking of a table at the beach with a few bottles of Gans, one maybe marked with peace and calmness and peace and friendship and many other ones, and just to videotape the people coming by and see if they'd like to participate in this. It's many people's wish for peace, and especially as we see not only the wars, but what seems to be transpiring on this planet at the current time. So I'm going to play this, and thank you very much, Liliana. You can always join the Mexican group. And is that at noon that you start this? Well, noon my time. I'm not sure, your time might be 11. John, are you still with us? Would you like to or translate for Liliana, and maybe we can explain more if people would like to join her group?
And Mark, we do this at the same times that with the European time.
Yes,
So
we
in
all are
Latin,
coordinated. Yep.
yeah, at the Latin America countries, everybody has a different time zone.
Yes. Yes.
For
and that's
example,
ahead.
Honduras, we do this at 9:45. I think Liliana is an hour sooner. That's the second spraying because they do spray earlier.
Great. Great. It's a way to exercise the soul. And if it's your wish to see peace, those intentions go out from you, and they do affect the soul of the planet, as I understand. So this is just something we do on Sunday, but you can do it any day of the week. And as Mr. Keshe was saying in the last Knowledge Seekers workshop, I think it was from one of the questioners, as he had dropped a bottle of Gans and it broke on the floor, it made him realize that that Gans had served its purpose and the soul of that Gans didn't or wanted to be gone. And it also gave him some insight into the problem he was trying to solve. So if you have many containers of Gans and they've gone down, or even if they're full, just put some into the drain or into the environment and add to the fields of this planet to create a balanced condition. And as he said, sort of jokingly in the past, he says, yes, this is, and they were talking about putting some GANS plasma water into fountains and into different locations. And he sort of chuckled and said, yeah, this is the way you take over a planet in a way. So the GANS knows what to do. It knows where to go, and it knows what to do when it reaches its location. So you can feel free to release those, as they're all natural, and they're very natural. There's nothing bad in there. But it brings an elevation and balance to wherever it goes, it seems. It's always seeking balance. So please feel free. Does Liliana want to make any comment here? John, if you're with us? I know he may be serving some customers. He does distribute about
I'm
2.
with you. Yes, I had my microphone open a while ago.
Yes. And how is your GANS water? I know you distribute it every day of the week, I think. Or do you take the weekend
Yes,
off?
continually. Haven't stopped for over 5 years.
And what is the volume of it?
I produce between 300 and 500 liters a day. And right now I'm in the middle of a legal problem because my neighbor cut the provision of my water. So ever since 6 in the afternoon yesterday, I have no water. My water has been cut off.
Well, we wish for your
Because of a
water.
neighbor.
Yeah, we understand. We wish for your water to be restored ASAP.
Yes, but first he has to restore 2 enormous trees in my land, which he cut down.
Now, did they shut his water off because he didn't pay his bill, or you're not on any sort of metered
No,
water?
I was giving him freely water.
Okay.
For the last 6 years or 7. But he went way further and he built a pool and he was filling the pool with my water and he was cutting my water off.
I see. Well, maybe you can, if people do come for the plasma water as they regularly do, you could just ask them to visit the neighbor and ask them to turn the water back on and provide you so
No,
they
he
can have their
doesn't even know how to do it. That's a big problem.
water.
I've been to 4 different police stations. And I've asked all the people that come to fetch the water to go to the police station and denounce this neighbor.
Very well, John.
You're sharing for 6 years plasma water. Perhaps now it's time your neighborhood coming to you with at least 1 liter of water, not repaying, sharing with you.
Nice, nice.
On top of it, his wife is a certified nurse, and she refuses to use the GANS water.
No problem.
To old people.
I like Dan's idea that everyone coming to see you could bring a gallon or a liter and add it to your tank so that they keep taking but replenishing.
Well, but if they take 150 liters and they give me back 1 liter, that won't get very far.
No, but you can work with it, I think.
Yep, I know. I'm doing it spiritually wise.
Right. Well, we'll keep you in mind. And like I said, we just wish for your water to come back on so you can continue to serve. And there's probably something else going on in the background. But thank you, John, for your probably hundreds of thousands of liters that you've put out over.
I wish the rain come to you. I send my desire and my wish to having water from the sky.
In fact, it's raining right now.
Well, you need a big funnel outside, John, with a tube connected to it. You're running into your tank. Very good. Does Liliana want to say anything at this point before I play the video? I know Alex is waiting in the wings. Just a moment, Alex, we'll be right there. Let's just play this. Hopefully I'm sharing the screen properly again. Yes. And we'll go here. This is just a 2-minute clip, but this is what everyone can do around the world. But besides the soul of the planet, the plants and the birds and the other animals enjoy the plasma water as well. And one of the suggestions we've made is that you put a dish out with some plasma water in it. And for the others, cats that come by, or dogs or squirrels or what have you in your area, that they can help you as they drink it. They'll take it and they'll release it along the way. And they can also participate in this greatest movement of the soul of the man.
Liliana, she's saying have the problem with the microphone.
No problem. We'll work through that. Let me play this 2-minute clip. We agree. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for all these years of teaching, as I think he's up to about 8 years, as we said earlier, plus all the books, other presentations, papers, and so on. He's just been relentless in bringing this knowledge of the universe to mankind. And this time, it's all happening in one go. And I was out earlier. I went to a different part of my city. This is the largest city in Connecticut. We're down along the shore, and I've just been spraying in different areas wherever my soul gives me the idea to go. I get in my car, and that's the area where I spray the GANS water, and I'm spraying it from the car. Sometimes I get out, like in the park or something like that, and I'll walk and spray. But for the most part, it's just being distributed from the car, just through a regular spray bottle, and so on and so forth. So thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man.
Rick, I don't know if you received my video.
Me, Mark?
Hey, wait, no, Rick, I sent it to Rick.
Okay, I don't know. He's not here.
Okay.
Otherwise, we could ask him. And Keaton, are you still with us? I just wanted to see, he had sent me something, but I don't want to mess around with the Telegram at the moment. Would you like to share your screen before Alex goes into a teaching about something from the conference or from the exhibition, I mean, that opened yesterday? Maybe there's something new.
Right now, I have only that promotional video. Can I share it?
Yes, please. This is very important, as this is some of the world leaders and some of the richest people on this planet will be making their way to Linz in the coming days and weeks to actually view this exhibition and to see for themselves. I know when dignitaries are there or world leaders are there, the center will be closed for a period of time.
Mr. Keshe said not to share the videos on the site.
Well, nothing from inside. Keaton, is this something that's been approved, or is it something we've seen before?
Yes, we can share. Now that promotion video is in public. Rick has already shared it.
Very well. And this is an invitation, the first space conference. It's a little small for me to read, but would you like to read it, Keaton?
The invitation, we are honored to invite you to the conference, First Space Conference Workshop, October 2nd and 3rd, Linz, Austria. The conference will be held by the specialist in nuclear physics, engineer Mehran Tawakkoli Keshe from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. The objective of the conference are to present a new technology that offers solutions and innovations in a wide range of fields and applications in order to create a connection with both state officials and the business community in order to achieve world peace. For confirmation, please contact us info@keshe.foundation. Looking forward to see you. Thank you.
And as we know, GE has signed up, I believe, Mitsubishi has signed up, Philips International, and probably many other companies that are been fully aware and have been observing what the Keshe Foundation has been working on from a distance, or maybe even closer. And they'd like to be licensed. And I think that's one of the ways that these products and these devices will reach a wider audiences as we start licensing certain manufacturers to build these and to bring these out into the public. Even though we have our own manufacturing, I think it'll go in tandem, at least for a while. Thank you, Keaton. And thank you, Alex. Again, I know you needed an hour, but we probably took an hour and a half. Sorry for delaying you. We appreciate your presence.
That's no problem. Was that the introduction, Mark?
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were going to say anything, but I do have the disclaimer ready to go.
Okay.
Thank you, Alex, for all your teaching, not only here, but throughout the foundation and across many different platforms and many other languages. As we know, the German community, the Romanian community also has teachers. Jalal has become a very popular teacher in the different communities and is sharing the knowledge he understands. And so isn't Dr. Gatwa and so on. So we all can teach, as Mr. Keshe says, we're all students and we're all teachers. So whatever knowledge you know or think you understand, feel free to share it with the others, even if it's not exactly correct, because somewhere down the road it will get corrected. But it's giving from your soul that you want someone else to start partaking and get a little glimpse of what's behind some of this knowledge. As we see, we have a few new people here, Vera and some of the others. So, and if I may, Alex, before you come on, is there anyone else who's new or would like to share their name and their location with us and how you've come across this platform? Feel free to tell us if you can. I know we had that earlier a little bit with Martha and Vera as well. Okay. And now we welcome Alex from Canada, who's been here very regularly every week and has been bringing us a beautiful presentation. Again, some of us hear different things at different times, but this is universal knowledge. So what I take from it may not be what you take from it. And that's the beauty of this knowledge, that we can all partake at our level of understanding and our level of intelligence. Alex, I can play the disclaimer for you if you'd like.
That would be great, please.
To save your voice. But again, thank you so much for representing the Keshe North American Corona team, which includes Canada. And as you've often said, this has become an international event. All right, I'm just going to adjust the volume before I start because my volume seems to jump past where I have it set and then it comes in overwhelming.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now, without further ado, our beautiful fellow knowledge seeker, Alex. We see your screen, Alex.
Hello, thank you very much. I would just like to welcome everybody to the North American Corona team meeting. Mark, can you just confirm the audio and video is acceptable?
Yep, it's very well. It's very good.
I want to thank everybody for attending today. It's a very special day. It's not just a beautiful Sunday in North America, but it's a beautiful Sunday all around the world. I just want to add one other point to the disclaimer, and you did bring it up before, but just to remind everybody that YouTube has announced a new procedure with respect to dissemination of information. So I just hope that everybody please respect that, and we'll stick to the topic at hand. So the topic at hand really is how the science meets the soul of man for peace. And so we're looking at all the Keshe Foundation TV groups around the world, and don't think I have enough room on this page to put them all, but they will be coming, and I'm putting as many as I can. But this is our goal. This is our overall goal. And the question is, how do we bridge this between science and the soul? And I'm going to do something a little bit different today. So before I get into that, let me just introduce the subject, please. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. The course is Plasma Science, and we are talking about basic knowing. Today's topic is botany. Maybe a little bit misleading, because we're going to talk about a variety of things related to that. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is October the 3rd, 2021. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. As you can see, we started last year, and it's almost been a full year. One more week and we'll be there. We started with basic teaching, and we extended that teaching into intermediate and advanced teaching, but actually all of that was basic teaching. And we've extended that not only to the North American team, but to Brazil, Italy, and the Spanish community, which is right around the world, including Spain and South America, Central America. And of course, as this is the North American team meeting, that does include Canada, US, and Mexico. And it's a very powerful team. And we're honored that we have so many international visitors as well, because we've extended this into basic understanding of the basic teaching, and we've used that as intermediate and advanced understanding. And it's still basic. That's the problem. It's still basic. And so how do we catch up to Mr. Keshe, who is racing along, and he has to race along because we have commitments. When we say we have commitments, take it any way that you want, things will change. And so how do we catch up? How do we keep up? We don't have time. And as we'll see today, we don't have time to do all this. So there have to be some tricks. And one of these tricks is basic knowing. And the part of the thing about the knowing is to know what is the status today, because what we're not talking about is the status of where we're going. And we get confused sometimes. So sometimes the best thing to do is to identify the things that we're familiar with, the things that we know, and see how that relates. And I think as we're finding out, we find that there are things that are missing. And so the basic knowing is identifying what is missing, because what is missing is not apparent, it's not physical, and it's not tangible, and it's not visible. So what is it that's missing? So as we review, there's a very, very important purpose. So I said we're going to discuss botany today, but we're going to do something a little bit different. I had to pick a title. And what has the science of botany, the main characteristic is that it classifies things. So we want to see how we're going from one side of the bridge to the other and how fast we can get across. And it just seems that the more that we know, the longer the bridge gets. So every one of us has an opportunity to cross this bridge as fast as we wish. And of course, we can go back many, many years and look at over 3,000 hours of teaching. And so this is a challenge to all the teachers, not only the teachers that we have currently, the magnificent teachers that we have all around the world, but the new teachers that will be coming on. And so this is not only for the new students, this is for the mature students, and this is also for the teachers. Take what you know, take what you can, and do it your own way. Because the fundamentals, of course, is to understand the terminology. Without the terminology, you can't talk about anything. So we find that in the plasma science, the two basic words are magnetic or gravitational and the relationship from that. And to understand how we got into the plasma science through nanostate and GaN state, we learned about words like monatomic and gradient and what that meant with respect to geometries and how we go through various dimensions and through various energy states, which reflect our dynamism. And all of this is natural. This is a natural plasma. And as such, it answers a lot of questions. And the basic question is where we come from. So energy is always in motion, and as such, we give it a charge. And then we can now investigate where do we come from and where are we going and what are the connections. And that is the key. What are the connections? The connections are the bridge. So we find that we have many limitations, and these limitations, in fact, extend right to our soul. So they, in fact, impinge on our soul limitations. So we have to look at what is natural, and we see that the sun is natural, and the earth is natural, and there's an interaction between those. And we found that the soul of the man and the soul of the body mimics that. And so the science mimics that and is not natural. But there are independent variables, and we're trying to identify what are those variables and what does it mean to transform and what does it mean to transport. And we find that we have a lot of connections to do. And so between the points of discussion are connections. So to understand where we are and where we're going, we have to make that connection. And how do we predict that? So we really have to depend on our current knowledge. But, you know, when we talked about the terminology, that allowed us to gain some understanding. And then from the understanding, that allowed us to get to the knowing. But do we have to get bogged down with the details? Are the details in our way to get to the knowledge? It all depends. Details are a lot of fun. And I think that's one of the things I'm going to do today is I'm going to deviate from the standard that we've done in the past and use this as a bit of an intermission because we are at a watershed moment. And the watersheds are what we're talking about is how do we go from here to there? So the big watershed, of course, is to understand the difference between matter, plasma. And so all the plasma, all elements of the universe are plasma, but some plasma is physical and some is plasmatic. And so this is why the terminology was so confusing, because there's a physical plasma which you can touch, and there's a plasmatic plasma which you cannot touch, but you can sense it. And it is this sensory capability that we have that is the proof that you need that there's more to this universe than meets the eye. So when we look at our pursuit of limitations, we say that these limitations have to do with materialism. And so what is the materialism? Actually, it's a manifestation of the physicality. And in our understanding, our scientific understanding of this physicality, we relate it to nuclear decay. And that sounds kind of bad, doesn't it? When, you know, life is created through decay. And we're going to talk about that again today, because this decay, which is a reduction in energy transmission, it's a reduction in energy levels, is called gravitational. And it's gravitational transition of reality. So we all have our sense of reality. And the key word reality being physical or plasmatic, but really it's a sense. And do you sense it with your physicality and texture and touching, or do you sense it through your emotion and your soul? And so we find that the material things that we are pursuing on this planet, the main thing seems to be the pursuit of money. And so this pursuit becomes a proxy. It's a reality manifestation proxy, which is not what really manifestation is really all about. This pursuit is actually a pursuit of limitations. How do we shake that? So I've said, you know, we like to watch our detective shows. And the thing about it is that a detective is always looking for clues. And the best way to look at the clues is to find the evidence and examine it, make a hypothesis. And so all of these clues are what is evident. But that doesn't solve the case. The case is, why did this happen? And when we look at our knowing, the bridge to knowing, then that bridge is already built, because why is the answer. You see, the lack of evidence is also the evidence. So there's something in between, and therefore you know that there's something in between. That is all the proof that you need, and that also shows you the direction to investigate. And that's why we're going through these courses today, is because we need to establish our point of view and to understand where the future lies. And so we look at the creation of the earth, which is our home at this point in time, and we see that energy travels various paths. And these paths come in and they go out, they go around, but sometimes they just go right through. And so we've identified these paths as paths that have to do with emission and absorption, and they are magnetical and gravitational. but basically they are repulsion and attraction. The repulsion and attraction between the Earth and the sky, which we call the magnetosphere, and how we travel through these paths is what we call susceptibility. So that's something that we can understand from a tangible perspective. But the thing is, when we got into GANS, we found that there was something else there. And it was creating a rotating field, which you started to see the evidence of. But we couldn't explain where it came from. And then we had to come to the reality. There was a hole in the GANS. And so many times we say, well, there's nothing there. Well, how can nothing be there when there's a hole? And that hole, although it looks like there's nothing, it obviously was something that created a hole in the GANS. So that's more evidence. Now we need to lean on that because this is so important. So when we looked at Mr. Keshe's books, book number 1, which is the universal order of creation of matter, and we say, we now have some answers as to how the universe was created, which conventional science has not been able to provide. Well, they have. The answer was, I don't know, or we haven't figured it out yet. Well, through the knowing by connection, we know how the universe was created because we understand the rules. So we've covered a lot of rules which help us to go from here to there. And book number 2 was the structure of light. And some rules had to be broken and some rules had to be discarded and other rules had to come into play. And it is to understand how we go from here to there that we got into book number 3, which is the origin of the universe. But how can book number 3 be the origin and be the 3rd book? So, maybe book number 3 should have been book number 1. And then book number 1 should have been book number 3, but it really doesn't matter. What matters is your point of view, or you coming or going. And the thing that really matters is the relationship. So the creation of the universe actually is related to energy. And it was created from energy. And it exists from energy. And this energy is always in motion. So you can't stop this energy. But the thing that you can do is understand that there's a direction, and that direction is the charge. So energy is a charge in motion. But where does it go? So when we looked at the universal order of creation, we've seen one plasma field that was combined with the 3 forces, antimatter, dark matter, and matter, which we discussed the difference between physical and plasmatic matter. And then there are 2 matters that work together, and there's an infinity loop that comes together. So this is more realistic as to how things work. And you notice that the 2 matters are of a different size. And size is important. So when the PM ticks, which is energy in motion throughout the universe, come together, they come together based on a commonality. And if there is something in common, then they do interact and they do come together. And we call this a force field. But when it becomes imbalanced, this becomes a maggrav field. And this is the beginning of creation. And this creation is our principal matter. But we have to assess our point of view on how this works. And most of us have turned our backs on this. So that is a commentary, but it's also a fact. And so can we turn our face to face this? And so becomes a very simple lesson. The plasma science is based on magnetical forces of attraction and repulsion. And this review is important because you can only have a magnetical force and a gravitational force from a maggrav condition. Because as these forces are traveling, they are deciding, are they being created or are they decaying? And in fact, the creation and the decay are actually one and the same thing. They only determine the difference in direction. And so when a magnetical force is actually an emission from a maggrav condition, and a gravitational force is an absorption to a maggrav condition. And so within the maggrav condition is a magnetical gravitational force which creates the field. And what happens when these fields are changing? So when we look at the nuclear decay of the neutron, we see that there is a byproduct, and that is the release of PM ticks. And this is very important because otherwise the universe wouldn't balance. You can't create something out of nothing. There always has to be something. So we created from a neutron a combination electron, proton, and PM ticks. And the PM ticks are energy in motion that goes through the universe. So we see that in some cases, from the maggrav positioning, we have natural creation from natural decay. And then we have a combination of forces. And it's this combination of forces that creates a maggrav condition. So it could be an individual condition or it could be a pair. But in fact, it could be more than that. So we find that in order for us to understand, we can't understand everything. So there has to be some kind of transition. This is the bridge that we're trying to build, the knowing by connection. And so when we start with the PM ticks, which is energy in motion, and as they come together with a commonality, not necessarily the lowest common denominator, but a common denominator, that is energy in motion. And when it comes together, it creates an X and Y axis, which gives you the field reference. And then as the energy comes in, you can't stop it. It has to go around. And how big is this field? Well, that is your Z axis. So now you have the maggrav condition. So everything is continuing in motion. The magnetical feeding doesn't stop. The gravitational taking doesn't stop. And from the gravitational taking, it either is going to have to grow or it's going to have to pass it on. But you know what? It does both. And so the matter that we say that is PM ticks, which is magnetical, and the maggrav, which we say is gravitational, is the divergence and convergence of energy in motion. And when we bring this all together in the force field, the antimatter is the principal matter, and the matter is the convergence of energy, and the in-between is the dark matter. That's the transition matter. And you know what? We're all in the transition zone right now, because what we're doing is we are identifying what the maggrav condition is and how it stays together, which is the gravitational and magnetical forces, which are basic attraction and repulsion actions. And the result is the convergence or divergence of energy flow. And this is not only flowing on Earth, but is flowing through the universe. But there are variables. There are variables which affect, and the variables are beyond you. They are not under your control in that way that we like to talk about control, because there's a dependency. The universe is interdependent. And this interdependence is what causes the variableness. And so this variableness is beyond you, and it is independent of you. So therefore, when you decide to tell the universe to shut up, you are losing the benefit of this interdependence, because this interdependence is what you have to depend on. So when we talk about the cups of life, we're not talking about the cups of the pandemic. And I say this all the time because after, what is it now, 22 months, we still haven't resolved this issue that is becoming more and more important because it's a part of our life. And even if it ended tomorrow, it would still be a part of our life because there are other factors to consider. So when we look at how we built these cups, these particular cups were hybrids where we had three elements in there: a zinc plate, a copper coil, and a nano-coated copper coil. And we created this magnetical and gravitational field combination. And then we introduced a second cup where we substitute a copper plate instead. And we still had the magnetical and gravitational field complement. And then when we look at the two cups together, we find that, well, the first thing is, if we want to use them with respect to the pandemic, then we need to keep them 1 meter apart, because there's an emotional and there's a physical aspect to it. Once we've done that, we can put the cups together as what we call the cups of man. And the cups of man collectively have an emotional and physical construct within them, which is a gravitational taking and a magnetical giving. But there's a balanced force field, which is the magnetical gravitational balance of the MAGRAV condition. And it is at this point that comes that independent variable. In comes the soul. And is the soul the only independent variable? Well, because we all have souls, so each soul is different. So that's one of the ways that we have independent variables, but then the souls work together. So as we see these three cups here, the cup of the soul, the cup of the man, which is combined from the cup of the emotion and the cup of physicality, each cup has a MAGRAV condition, each cup has a soul, and the collective has a MAGRAV condition and has a soul. So this is the star formation that we talked about. But in context, what is the context? Well, the context is our Earth. And the interaction with our Earth is the cup of inertia. And so we had a nano-coated copper coil, a second nano-coated copper coil, and a nano-coated copper plate. And we created this magnetical gravitational field balance system. And what did this balance with? Well, of course, it did balance with our home planet, the cup of Earth. And that had a nano-coated zinc coil, a nano-coated iron coil, and a nano-coated copper plate. And that created a magnetic field and a gravitational field and a balanced condition. So when we look at all of these cups, what we don't see is the field that is created, but we know that it's there. And this is one of the problems when archaeology, when we look at various cups, you know, are you looking at a teacup or are you looking at a Keshe cup, and you dig it up from the soil? And I wonder, have the archaeologists even taken samples of these, shall we say, pottery that have been discovered in the various archaeological digs around the world? Do we know, is it just ceramic? Is it just clay? Or, you know, is it like a Keshe cup, where we have GANs infused in the ceramic layers? And so these become ceramic cups of life, where at this point in time, we have the cup of sweet and the cup of pressure and the cup of life, the ceramic cup of life. And they have various functions that not only for humans with respect to drinking using water, but we can also use them for, shall we say, soup or beverages. And we also have them for plants. And so that's kind of the subject today, is plants, because we want to realize what are plants doing in our life. But we can't restrict it to plants, you see, because all of life is, as we said, interdependent. So we understand now that the plasma science has a capability of creating a chain that is monatomic. And in fact, it unchains our physicality. It allows us to experience other things and to understand other things. So when we look at the interaction of all the cups, the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, the cup of physicality, the cup of inertia, and the cup of the earth, and we see that all collectively together have a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul. And so this becomes our dimension in which we can go from the ground to the sky, which is the transition range, or we can go from one continent to another, which is the transmission range. But, you know, today we're going to talk about man's classification, because are we going to be here or are we going to be there? And whenever we are, we have to identify where we are. At that point in time, we put a fence around it. We identify it, and then we put a limitation on it. So one of the things about botany is that it identifies things by classification. And I'm going to do something a little bit different today, is I'm going to indulge, and I hope you indulge me, so I want to indulge you in some stories. And so we'll do a little bit of storytelling, shall we say, do the storytelling in lieu of, shall we say, direct teaching. But we can do both. So just to set the ground rules, when we talk about classification, around this world, we identify different climate zones. So the two extremes, deserts and tropics. And then, of course, that's the others has to do with in between, there's a temperate climate. And then, of course, there's the cold climate, what we call the Arctic. And then, of course, we have water. And we have two types of water, fresh water and seawater. So this is not an in-depth study, just to give you an idea of some of the classifications of the harvest of the climate zones. But we also have harvest types. Harvest types referring to plants. Well, that would be either fruit that grows on the trees or vegetables that grow near the ground or the tubers that grow in the ground. But of course, we know we have other higher harvest types and some of the animals that we eat. So I didn't put them on this list because what I wanted to talk about was how we like to be at home on the range. And that's a normal thing. And the normal thing that we have to take into account is that plants also like to have companions. And so this is in direct contrast to this divide and conquer mentality that we have, where we like to put fences around things and examine things in their individuality. But we say all things work in combination, and plants definitely do that as well. And there's a reason for that. Because what you find is that these plants position themselves according to a certain distance. And that distance is greater than the distance of range of the predator. And if that distance is not capable of being there, then they have to create a refugium, which allows them to exist in the presence of predators. So it becomes kind of a symbiotic relationship where the predators can feed, but not destroy the source of the feeding. And the plants can continue to supply without losing their status. But there's another way to do that, and that's through migration. And we understand that birds migrate, butterflies migrate. Well, plants migrate too, and one of the ways they do that is to put wings on their seeds so that the seeds will fly. But another way they do that is they stick to the surface of birds and insects. And then, of course, fish do the same thing. They'll stick to the feet of the birds as the birds go into the water. Well, not the fish, but the eggs. And so the birds can carry the eggs. They don't even know they're carrying the eggs. But it all depends on your point of view. And today's point of view, what I would like to do is to tell you a story about the Rift Lakes. The Rift Lakes are in Africa, and they are considered, the three lakes in Africa are considered the Rift Lakes. In other words, there's a rift in the surface of the earth where these lakes have come. And Lake Victoria feeds into Lake Tanganyika, feeds into Lake Malawi. These are the three rift lakes, and they're in Central Africa, and they're very famous because they have a certain kind of fish. And that fish is very colorful. But the first thing I want to talk about is Lake Victoria, because it's a home to a very important fish called a tilapia, which is a food fish and very prolific, very prolific. But it also has another vegetation, which are called hyacinths. And these water hyacinths cause problems. So this was my introduction to water gardening, because I just wanted to find how to get rid of my problems in the family with respect to health issues, but I had to learn about life. And one of the best ways to learn about it was through water gardening, because it involved plants and fish. And so the first plant that we wanted to talk about was water hyacinths. And so water hyacinths float on the water, and they have a certain way of propagation, and it entangles everything. So going back to Lake Victoria, what they decided to do to control the plant, which is one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing plant on the planet, is to dump chemicals in the lake. And the problem, of course, was that you can't just kill the plants, you kill the fish as well. And so not only did this impact on the tilapia, which were a food fish, but it eliminated a lot of species in that lake. Well, you know, when you eliminate on one side, then you increase the importance on the other side. And the other side, of course, was Lake Tanganyika. And before I get into that, I want to just tell you a little story about water hyacinths, because these are tropical plants. And one of the things that they do is they pick up heavy metals. And because of that, they are nature's gift. And also, they create biomass, which is another of nature's gift. So you really have to wonder about the governments around Lake Victoria and how they treat nature's gift with chemicals. But in North America, we had a phenomenon with respect to pond building. And one of the nice things about pond building is that you get to show off to your neighbors. And so we have pond tours. And I went on a pond tour. And what was very interesting, because I had to learn how to grow hyacinths. And I discovered that the majority of hyacinths in Canada had two problems. And one problem was that because of the fear of the invasion of species, they cut the roots. Well, what we all learned is that roots are fundamental to the plants, particularly since the soul lives in the roots, or at the base of the stem anyway. So it really, it's a really close shave for a lot of plants. So it's very difficult to sell these plants. And I was in the business of selling plants. So you had to really grow the roots back before you could sell them. And so some growers were impatient and they would sell the plants prematurely. And the only way that I could break into the market was to offer something of greater value. And that value was I sold hyacinths with 5 bulbs, and everybody else sold hyacinths with 4 bulbs. And so, wait a second, they're all Eichhornia crassipes, yes. But the more bulbs on the plant, the more valuable the plant. And so I became very successful at this. And I went on a pond tour. And this pond tour was about 2.5 hours from my home base. So in order to justify the trip, I took a load of hyacinths and delivered them to a garden center. And so on that trip, I was able to generate some income. And then we went to the pond tour to have some fun. And it was terrific. People spending $30,000 to $50,000 on a pond, not a problem. And, you know, when you look at a pond, and we talked about in our physics, our physicality, and our chemistry, our physicality, and we talked about our kits. Well, there are pond kits. And so you have your landscaping, you have your liner, you have your water, you have your plants, you have your waterfall, and you would have your fish. And so you create a little paradise in your garden. And I came into this one shop, and I have to tell you, we did about 22 visits that day. So, you know, you can imagine in your town, a convoy of 50 cars driving around the city, going from location to location. It's quite a lot of fun. A lot more fun than we're having today, right? So anyway, we would go in there, and I noticed something very strange. And I wasn't working. I had finished my job, and suddenly I turned into being a detective. I didn't want to turn into a detective. I just wanted to turn into a tourist. But something was missing, you see. Something was not right. And what was not right was that the algae was brown. And the other thing that was not right was the color of the water. And that's one thing, how can you tell from the color of the water when the water is clear? Well, that was something that you just learn to know, because water is not water, as I've said many times. So some water comes out of the tap, and some water is plasmatic, and we know that water has an affinity with GANs, so it exchanges energy. And so I developed that understanding of that. And when I looked at the water, it didn't look quite right. And then I looked at the hyacinths in the water, and there was something really strange about those hyacinths, because the color of the hyacinths did not match or did not fit with the color of the other plants around the pond. And then I realized all the hyacinths had 5 bulbs. Now, how is it possible that all the hyacinths would have 5 bulbs? Because some would have 2 or 3, and some would have 7 or 8, but they were all uniform. And then I realized, oh, those are my hyacinths. Well, I just delivered them 2 hours ago. How did they get into this pond? And then I looked at the owner, and he was kind of nervous. And I thought to myself, I knew he was a little bit stressed when we got there, and I couldn't understand that. I didn't pay any attention, but now I had to pay attention. And I thought, well, somewhere between the 2 hours that I delivered and now, these hyacinths got into this pond. So obviously there was a lot of urgency, and you want to have a nice pond, don't you, when you have 50 people coming to your house and you're showing off. So I looked around and I said, something's wrong. And then I looked at the fence behind the pond, and that fence was pressure treated. And if you understand with pressure treated wood, it is toxic to the environment. And so I suspected very highly that he has killed all the life-giving forces in that pond, and that he was forced to save face, spend several $100s in buying hyacinths from the garden center, which I delivered to. So I waited for the crowd to move away, and I got him in isolation, and I just asked him a question. I said, you know, are you having any trouble with your pond? And he kind of looked at me sheepishly, and he says, well, yeah, kind of. And I said, well, just before you answered the question, so let me just explain. And I explained that I supplied the hyacinths that are in the water, and he turned white as a ghost. and she knew he was caught. But I didn't mention that to him to put him down. I genuinely wanted to find out what the problem was. And he admitted that he had just purchased a hyacinth and he came in 5 minutes before the tour arrived. So he was rushing like a madman. He had to scoop up several hundred hyacinths at the garden center, pay for it, and run back and put them in the pond and try and act like everything is normal. So a very contrived situation. But what we found out, there was a missing element. You can't just put all the parts together. There's something that's missing. And he couldn't figure out what it was. And we figured out what it was. And that was the chemical rain that was coming off of the fence. And what really upset him more was that that fence was on his neighbor's property and he couldn't do anything about it. But, you know, it isn't enough to spend $30,000 on a pond, because you really have to know how to keep things alive. And that's a story about the water hyacinths. And one of the nice things about it is water hyacinths can get rid of algae. And there is a freshwater algae and there's a saltwater algae. And so these are two different types of biotopes. And the freshwater algae is generally speaking green, and the saltwater algae is generally speaking red. But that's a very simple way to look at things. But we have a very bad, shall we say, understanding of algae. That's something that is bad. Whereas depending on the type of algae, it can be an absolutely great water purifier. And so can hyacinths. And the two do work together. And it's really, that part is very interesting. But what I want to draw your attention to is that the fresh water is fresh, and it's the water that melts from the snow on the top of the mountains, comes down through the rivers. And then these rivers flow into the oceans, and the oceans are salt water. And the difference, of course, is that in the fresh water, the pH fluctuates enormously. The range can be almost 2 on the pH scale. We know that 2 on the pH scale is 2 orders of magnitude. Very unstable. Whereas the salt water, a fluctuation of more than 0.2 on the pH scale is lethal to the life in the ocean. So stability is very, very important. That's one thing that I'd like to talk about today, is about stability. And I'll talk about that a little bit later, because when you have a rapid change in your environment, how fast can you adapt? So one of the things we found out with the hyacinths was that the fish really like to suck on the roots of the hyacinths. And they also suck on the roots of the algae. And they don't destroy the plant, but you know, do you like to eat hamburger or do you like to eat filet mignon? And the fish aren't stupid. They like to feed on the new growth. And when they run out of the new growth, then they destroy the plant. So we found that fish, particularly in ponds, such as goldfish or koi, they like to destroy the plants. So I took the plants, the water hyacinths, and I pulled them out of the water and put them around trees. And the reason I did that was because trees had a problem, and that had to do with nematodes. And so the nematodes would climb out of the ground and affect the tree. And so by putting the hyacinths around, they would decompose in a matter of 9 days. And they kept their nematodes away. So it's not that we killed the nematodes, something provided a barrier between the nematodes and the desire of the nematodes to climb the tree. And so this is very good for the trees. And we found this to be a very excellent symbiotic relationship. And so rather than waiting to have the hyacinths recover from the destruction that the fish were doing, we transferred the hyacinths to a beneficial use by putting them around the trees. And we had a refugium where we grew other hyacinths that were not affected by the fish. And we harvested a bunch and put them back into the pond. And so the ideal way to keep a pond is to have more than one pond. Oh, okay. Well, this is good, because imagine if we didn't have different lakes in the Rift Lakes system, we would have been losing all of our fish. But in Lake Tanganyika and Lake Malawi, well, actually in all the Rift Lakes, Lake Victoria as well, there's a species of fish which are called cichlids. And then we find that there are African cichlids and South American cichlids. So I know you thought this was about botany, but this is about classifications. So this brings me to another funny story, because the subject matter is knowing by connection. And this world is a very big world. But this is an unbelievable story because I want to talk about the University of Guelph. So the University of Guelph, which is in the Great Lakes region of Canada, is an agriculture university, well-versed in agriculture. And they have an arboretum, which is interesting because I just told you the story about what we did with the trees. Well, they don't do that. But in Guelph, there was a very popular aquarium club because, interestingly enough, what is characteristic about the Rift Valley is the extremely high pH of the water. And what is characteristic about the area around the University of Guelph is the extremely high pH of water. And so we had a very thriving aquarium club. And this aquarium club had seen the benefits of importing African cichlids, because African cichlids were very prolific and they were a lot of fun. A lot of fun to watch the eggs hatch, watch them grow and trade. And the price range was going anywhere from $3 to $10. But if they could get wild caught African cichlids, then those fish were selling for $80. Whoa. So the African club, the aquarium club got together and decided to make an African trip. And they hooked up with a gentleman named Stuart Grant, and he is an expert on African cichlids in Lake Malawi. And they went over there. And what was interesting, one of the participants had seen a t-shirt from the University of Guelph in Malawi. But it wasn't an ordinary t-shirt. It was a t-shirt that he donated. He donated to where wealthy Canadians donate to impoverished Africans. And the reason he donated this t-shirt was, one, because it had University of Guelph on it. And two, because he had a jelly sandwich and he dropped some jelly on his t-shirt and it stained his t-shirt so bad that he couldn't wash it out. So it had a unique stain on it. So he knew that t-shirt very well. What are the chances that you go from Canada to Malawi and you find the t-shirt, and it wasn't in a shop, it was on one of the people who were working at the Stuart Grant Center? What are the chances of that happening? And he asked him, said, "Oh, where'd you get that t-shirt?" He says, "Well, he got it at the market." I said, "The market? What do you mean the market? This was a donation." "Well," he says, "I bought it." And he said, "Why did you buy it?" "Well, because it had University of Guelph on it, so it had kind of prestige." And then you say, "Oh, How much did you pay for it? $5 for a used donated t-shirt in a country like Malawi with 5 million people who couldn't feed themselves. Do you see the connection? One of the famous fish in Malawi is the corulus. The proper Latin name is Libidinochromis corulus. And that fish is yellow in North America, but in Malawi it's blue. And that's why it's called a corulus, because cerulean blue is a color. And so this fish was named that color. So in the wild caught condition, a corulus was blue. And then the offspring of a wild caught fish is called an F1, first generation. And in Malawi, the first generation would still be blue, but in North America, the blue fish turned yellow. And this wasn't so bad because the bright yellow color made that fish very attractive. And so that's the story of Lake Malawi. Lots of fish there, lots of species, lots of classifications, and they had Latin names. And so they met Stuart Grant, and he hooked them up with another gentleman by the name of Ad Connings. And Ad Connings was an ichthyologist who was trained in medicine and biology. And he's a Dutchman, but he was based in Texas. And every year he would fly to Lake Tanganyika when he could, because it was a war zone. And he became a very famous expert on Lake Tanganyika cichlids. And he was a skilled deep diver. And why was this important? Well, you see, because Lake Tanganyika was over 50 meters deep, 50 meters deep, and there were fish that were right at the bottom, which puts an enormous amount of pressure on these fish, and they have to withstand that pressure. So there are fish that are 50 meters down, whereas in Malawi, the fish are only 3 meters down. And that's the difference. And so you find that the fish from Lake Malawi are smaller. They may be 5 centimeters. Whereas the fish from Lake Tanganyika, they may be pushing 10 centimeters, just for instance. But what was so fascinating was when they came back to Guelph, they had invited Ad Connings and Stuart Grant to come to Guelph and do a seminar. And this was a major event. And the reason for it was because there were 500 people jam-packed in this auditorium to hear these two gentlemen. And they put on a presentation, kind of like what I'm putting on today. But the thing was that at that time, and this was going back about 25 years, they didn't have PowerPoints and computers to make presentations. They used slides. And as such, the only thing that he could show was the pictures. So the big thing about it is the classification. That's what I'm talking about today. The identification of the fish in order to identify them properly, or whether it's fish or plants or trees or whatever in biology, in botany, is to use a Latin name. And he rattled off about 60 to 70 names. And these are all, as you can see, very complex names. And unfortunately, he couldn't remember one name. And he had to remember them all because he didn't have the name on the slide. He just had the picture. So when he looked at the fish, he had to remember the name, and he remembered all the species, but he couldn't remember the one. And it really, really bothered him. So as he finished the lecture, suddenly it came to his mind. and he named the fish. Wow, the cheer in the audience, everybody went wild. It was like a touchdown at a football game or a big goal at a soccer game. Everybody cheered. It was amazing. And that was kind of amazing. And that's what made the hobby so interesting. And why do I bring this up? Because to be a hobbyist, you had to have the identification. And if you wanted to talk, you had the terminology. And if you knew the difference between Libidochroma scaurulus and Cyphotilapia frontosa, then you were a genuine hobbyist. And you had to know how to feed them. You had to know how to raise them. The fascination was with watching them lay the eggs and breeding. And then you know the difference in type, and you found that the African cichlids in Malawi would breed very rapidly, like every month, whereas the fish in Lake Tanganyika may take up to 2 years before they start breeding. And so the Lake Tanganyika fish were more expensive. So they were more expensive because they were harder to get to, because to get to them, you had to dive 50 meters down. So you had decompression to worry about. And it's a war zone. So you couldn't catch all the fish in all the types, all the places. But interestingly enough, these fish had to have an identity. And so they were identified by their classification. They were identified by the person who found them, and they were identified by the location that they were in. And then when you look at fish, they have and animals, they have a trophic sequence. And what is a trophic sequence? And that is the bigger one eats the smaller one. And the location of where they reside is also a factor. So now you have a survival of the fittest, you have a species classification, you have an environment, whether it's Tanganyika or Malawi, and then you have a location within the lake. And so some fish were more rare than others. And what was so alarming to the club when they went over to Malawi was that the people in Malawi were actually eating the fish. So can you imagine? You have a little tiny fish that you eat. When I say little tiny fish, it would fit in your hand, and you would eat like 5 or 6 of them. And all they could think about was in Canada that these fish were worth about $80 a piece. So, if they ate 5 fish, that would be $400. But who cares about the 5 million people in Malawi who are hungry? Anyway, the respect for the industry, whether it be plants or fish or any type of classification, is to understand the Latin names. And so what that does, it tells you about the origin. And so we talked about in the physicality about the Big Bang Theory and what that does. And in the chemistry, we talked about the primordial swill and the evolution of man. But we had another gentleman by the name of Darwin, and he talked about the survival of the fittest and about natural selection. And, there's something wrong with that psychology, because it's gone down the wrong path. And it's only reasonable because when you look at some of the things that go on in Africa, say a lion will attack a wildebeest or something like that. What is interesting is for feeding, the lion will eat the intestines first. And we see lions as meat eaters. So our knowledge, generally speaking, the way it's taught, is incomplete and it's not in depth. But one of the fascinations of the fish hobby, as I said, was to watch how the eggs were hatched. And one of the fish that we had there was a cuckoo catfish. Now, cuckoo catfish is a street name. The Latin name is Synodontis multipunctatus, and it lives in Lake Tanganyika, 50 meters below the surface of the water. So what is interesting is that this fish works in gangs, and most of the cichlids are what we call mouth brooders. And so what that means is they lay an egg, the male goes and fertilizes the egg, and then the female picks it up and gestates the egg in their mouth. And the difference between the Malawi fish and the Tanganyikan fish is that the Malawi fish get about 30 offspring, whereas Tanganyikans only get about 10, roughly. But the cuckoo catfish don't gestate their own eggs. They use a cichlid for that purpose. So they come in a gang of 3. The first cuckoo catfish comes in and disturbs the female while she's having her little dance with the male. And so the female has to run because the cuckoo catfish is very aggressive. The second catfish comes up and eats the female's egg, eats the cichlid's egg. And the third catfish comes and lays a catfish egg. Now, can you tell an expression on a fish's face? Hard, isn't it? Well, when I seen the cichlid do this, and I watched this episode for about 3 hours, and I was so very happy because these cuckoo catfish were like about $80 each. And I had a colony of them. And it took me a long time to see them breeding. But the face, I still remember the face on the cichlid. And she looked at it and it was in sheer horror. And the first thing she did was she seen an egg and she went for it. And so what happens really is as the eggs hatch in her mouth, the catfish eggs eat the other eggs. The catfish eggs hatch and then they eat the other eggs. So can you imagine the secondary horror of the female cichlid when she spits out catfish? It's amazing. And this is how nature works. And so there's an interdependence, as you can see. And is it the survival of the fittest or is it the survival of the smartest? But, you know, the thing is, somebody somewhere is teaching these fish to act this way. So when we look at this, what we call a trophic sequence, the trophic level of an organism is the position it occupies in the food web. And so the food chain is a succession of organisms that eat other organisms. So we can understand that a bigger one eats a smaller one. But isn't it interesting that when you get to the largest fish in the water, which is a whale, it eats plankton. And then you find, well, a whale is not really a fish, it's a mammal. And so this is kind of logic that breaks down. So something is missing. And what is missing is that when you look at the Latin name of these fish, and these are pseudotrophius, these are cichlids, but they're blue and they have stripes. But these fish come from Lake Malawi. And then you look at these fish, which come from Lake Tanganyika, and these are frontosis, and they live 50 meters down with the Synodontis. But what's interesting is they come with stripes on the side, and some have 5 stripes, 6 stripes, or 7 stripes. And so one of the things that's evolved is the failure of the educational system and the total failure of the hobby. That in today, thanks to internet and gaming and preoccupation and of things that are not necessary, we have lost our education, our basic education. So we don't call these frontoses anymore. We don't even call them fronts for short. We call them 5-bar, 6-bar, or 7-bar. How's that for identification? And why is that? Because we really don't care anymore about how they're raised. We don't care about their biotope. We, don't care about their interdependence. We don't even care. We don't know the difference between Tanganyika and Malawi. That's just someplace overseas. All we care about is that the fact that these fish may be worth about $150. And just build an aquarium, add the fish and add water, and we're quite happy. And this is something that's gone wrong. And the other thing that's gone wrong is that one of the things that was distressing about the hobby, just like the gentleman at the water garden, there was something missing. And that's what I'm talking about today. There's something missing. And because in Malawi, the fish would grow in a rocky biotope, the way they designed their aquariums was with rocks. Well, how can the lake stay clean with fish and rocks? What's missing? So in Canada, when someone looks at an aquarium, they look at the fish. At least in Europe, when they look at an aquarium, they look at the plants. Okay, because there's a symbiosis between the plants and the fish. But that's not enough. There's something missing. And so we find that these bars that we're talking about are actually limits on our knowledge. And so we talked about in the past how, some bars are for drinking and some bars are for lawyers and some bars are for prisoners. But these bars are a barrier, you see. They're a barrier to understanding. So when we got into the chemical aspect of it, when we produce a chemical, on the one hand, is the chemical that we produce a pollution? And is the byproduct from creating that chemical a pollution? And so when we say chemical plants, our chemical plants, how do they compare versus natural plants? Well, it's very interesting because what happens with the plants, you see, and one of the most famous plants is an Iris pseudochorus. There's that pseudo name again. It keeps coming up. We have a pseudotropheus, now we have a pseudochorus, and the Iris pseudochorus is a very hardy water plant. And regardless of what it says on Wikipedia, that it comes from Asia or Northwest Africa, it's a major plant here in Canada. And it's interesting because it's one of the first plants to grow. And it grows at 5 degrees Celsius. And in the process, what I always thought was that the plant would grow, and it would grow where the snow would melt. The plant would literally grow with maybe several inches of snow on the ground. But what happens is that the plant creates a dome of heat, and it melts the snow. And that melting water obviously nourishes the plant. And of course, the snow is full of nutrients that is picked up from the environment. And so this is one of the first plants to grow in Canada in the spring. And it's a very important plant because it can also filter the water. But the way it's sold is as an individual plant. And it's, pretty valuable because it sells from anywhere up to $20. And it took me a while to learn about this plant because I had a plant that was 2 years old. And this plant, I couldn't hold in my hands. This plant was so big, I had to have 2 hands. And I could barely fit it in my car when I delivered it. This plant was extremely valuable. And so this is the knowledge that people have on advanced knowledge on how to keep plants. And when you have this kind of knowledge, and then you understand the source of people like scientists like Stuart Grant or Ad Connings, and how they understand the biotopes and everything, and then make life fascinating. And then you get a confusion in the hobby. And I bring this out because the corollas are called electric yellows. And then we know that there are electro blues. Electric blues are pseudotrophius, sorry. But today, electric blues are African cichlids. Excuse me, they're South American cichlids. But they don't come from South America, they come from Asia. And in Asia, they are hybrids. They are a contrived species. And so they're electric blues. And these electric blues sell for around $30 a piece. But the thing about the South American cichlids is that they are much larger. And so how do you keep these type of fish in a pond? Well, very hard. And so they come from South America. And so we don't call them ocellatus, we call them Oscars. They're huge. They're about, they can grow up to be about, what we say, 15, 20 centimeters. Anyway, they destroy all the plants. So the only way that you can keep them is just in an aquarium with water. And they're like a dog. They live a long time. And my friend had an aquarium, large aquarium, 60, how much would it be? 1,000 liters, 1,000-liter aquarium, 240 gallons. And he put it in the kitchen. And what was interesting, he kept them for 10 years and he fed them fish, which is, kind of the strongest. Survival of the strongest, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. And of course, to keep them for 10 years is a long time. And it's just like a water dog, really. That's what you do. You come in, you feed them, you watch them, and then you leave. But he put them in the kitchen so they would have company and he would have company. Well, one day that aquarium broke. And the reason it broke was because his kids were playing hockey in the kitchen. And so not only did the fish die, the aquarium broke, the house was flooded, but there was a tenant downstairs. I told you I'd be telling you some stories. The damage to the tenant downstairs was over $10,000. And this is, one of the hazards of living in Canada. You can have a flood in your apartment. But, do you cry for the 10 years that the fish you kept alive, or the 10 years that you kept your son alive? And I guess for a split second, he had to make a tough decision. But the problem you see with the fish was they would dry up. And this becomes a very important point. This is one of the things I want to talk about today, that when you take that fish out of the water, if it doesn't have the water and it can't adapt to the air, it'll dry up. And so these fish dried up and they died. They are cichlids. And the same thing that happens with African cichlids. But there's another cichlid, and that's called an angel. And its Latin name is Pterophyllum. And people don't know that these are cichlids, but they are. But what's very interesting is the way they lay their eggs. And the biggest problem for them is algae grows on their legs. And this is one of the reasons people in the hobby have trouble. But we know that plants purify the water and keep the algae at bay. So one of the South American plants that the South American angels use is an Amazon sword. And guess where that is? That's in the Amazon jungle. And it's called an Echinodorus gersbachii. And it's a tall plant. And it'll grow half a meter tall. It has big, broad leaves. And interestingly, the angel comes and lays the eggs on the leaf. So it has to come at kind of an angle, a tangent angle, to drop the eggs onto the leaf. And then the male comes and fertilizes. And isn't it interesting? The male defends the eggs. So the female goes and hides in the plants. And so this is an interdependence between the fish and the plant. And what's interesting further about these Amazon swords is that in Canada, they were retailing for around $15 each. And so it's a very valuable plant. And we know that plants grow underwater. We call that submerged. And plants grow above the water. We call that emerged. And emergent plants grow 10 times faster than submerged plants. So one of the tricks, of course, is to grow the Amazon sword out of the water. Well, if you take a submerged plant and you put it into an emerged condition, it will dry up just like the fish. So how does that work? And in the Amazon jungle, you have a pH fluctuation in the water of almost a pH of 2 or more than 2. And so what does that mean? Well, that means when after a rainstorm, the water runs off from the land, it drops the pH, makes it acidic. The eggs hatch. The plants can take a flooding. The emergent plants can take a flooding. Within a day or so, the flooding dries down. The emergent plants have survived. But if you take submerged plants and introduce them into an emergent environment, they will shrivel up and die. And so it was very interesting to find out how these Amazon swords were growing so prolifically in North America. And then I found out a little secret. They grew them emerged, and then they submerged them prior to taking them to the market. And so the hobbyist, without knowing this particular thing, didn't understand whether or not he was buying an emerged plant or a submerged plant, which is kind of dishonest. But you know, it worked. But so many hobbyists could not keep these plants alive because they couldn't adapt to their environment. So how did the submerged plant become an emerged plant? It actually grew into the new environment. And so it had time to adapt. And why am I talking about all of this? You see, because there are different ways that things propagate. So we have plant propagation where we can take grafts. Obviously, we have egg layers, and there are even live bearers, which are like guppies that they will lay they will drop a baby into the water, and no egg. They basically, I don't know if you would call them mammals. We call them live bearers. And then of course plants have seeds, and they also have injectors. They're insects that do injections, and then there are parasites. And of course we have flowers, and then we also have daughter plants, and then we have creepers. And the subject is too wide to discuss what I want to discuss is the difference between the sea and land. Because you see, I talked about the whales and you say, well, is the whale a fish? And if you follow the survival of the fittest, you can say, well, as you know, one fish like an Oscar will eat a small goldfish, and then the bigger fish eats the smaller fish, and so on. But the whale eats plankton, and the whale is a live bearing fish. Its babies are born in the water. Now, submerged plants and emerged plants have a problem with changing their environment. They shrivel up. Fish going from the water and jumping out of the tank, going into the air, shrivel up, they dry. Babies are born in humans in the placenta, and they get born and they can breathe within seconds. How is that possible? How is it possible to adapt so quickly? And Mr. Keshe brought that up on Thursday. And this is the thing that we need to understand when we go into outer space. If we change our environment faster than we create an adaptability on our part, we won't be able to survive. So, but it is possible because babies born in the placenta can do this. And so, although people are ignorant of this knowledge, these are things that you learn by connection. You learn that there are things that we need to know. There are gaps in our knowledge. It's not enough. And you could say, well, fish who are in the water have gills. And so babies in the placenta can breathe. And then when they get born, they come into the air and then they have lungs. There's another fish, it's called a betta. We call that a labyrinth fish. And it has both. It has lungs and it has gills. And so it doesn't just depend on the exchange of oxygen in the water, but it actually has to come to the surface to breathe the air. But if that fish jumps out of the water and stays for too long, it will dry up. It will shrivel up and dry up. So human babies don't shrivel up and dry up. Isn't that interesting? So when we talk about classification, we're actually talking about limitation, the limitation of our knowledge. And as fascinating as I hope this discussion has been, the whole purpose of it is to show that when we change our environment, we have to have an adaptability, and that there's knowledge that we need to have that is not enough. It is not enough to understand the physics. It's not enough to understand the chemistry of the water. It's not enough to, have a bountiful knowledge of all of these other things. It's fun to talk about. It's a nice hobby, but you know what? When, you have to keep things alive, you need more. And that's what we're doing in the plasma science. And so I apologize for deviating from the main kind of teaching. But the thing is, we all are good detectives. And to be a good detective, you have to examine the evidence. And the absence of evidence is evidence. So when we look at the plasma feeding and how it works, it doesn't follow Darwin's theory of the survival of the fittest. The stronger feeds the weaker, the exact opposite. And it isn't the strongest feeding the weakest, it's feeding all of the weakest, all intermediate levels. The entire stacker is feeding, and one feeds another, and there's an interdependence. And we found that the GANS has an affinity to not only promote life, but it interacts with our emotions as well, which are non-tangible and non-physical. And there are other things to take into account. So when we look at the basic 5-cup stacker system and we see, okay, we have our soul, we have our emotion, we have our physicality, but then we have our environment. And our interaction with that environment, which we call inertia, is how we are surviving on this planet. Is that enough? And this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, which means our knowledge has to extend beyond the planet into the universe. And so there are factors that we need to take into account that are what we call independent variables. And so I have a surprise coming for you. When we looked at physics and we had to review the physics, we had to understand that the key characteristic of physics is that it's man-made. When we look at terminology, we'll introduce a word called tines. Tines are the teeth, like on this pitchfork, okay? And tines are some things that are on the ends of a plow. And in this plow, it creates furrows into the ground. And much of our agriculture and much of how we understand life is through chemicals. And we found that the biggest problem with that is it's man-made. And so I talked about the Great Rift Lakes. Well, there's another set of Great Lakes, and this is boundary between the US and Canada. And these are Great Lakes. And just south of the Great Lakes is another great river, the Mississippi River. And you know, when this thing gets flooded, which it happened, it's an environmental catastrophe. And the pollution isn't just, say, all the fuel in the gas stations that get flooded. It isn't all the waste and everything that gets flooded. When we look at the physicality of something, like we look at the universal cup and we say, well, here are all the physical components. Okay, well, how do we put it together? Well, let's take a look at the chemical inventory and we'll put that together. Okay, and then we add the environment. So we have the different parts of the environment. So what do we put all that together? And then we find that the sum of the parts is greater than the sum of the parts. And we have to compare, what about the details of knowing? Do we have to know the details to know? We have to make a connection. And so we looked at the physical table of elements. We aligned it a little bit differently. We're going to revisit this again because what we have learned so far in this knowing is that we've learned that we don't know enough. And so we've learned how to make the kit, but we need to make the music. And we've seen our relationship with our point of view, from our gravitational point of view to the magnetical interaction with the rest of the universe. And we say, well, it isn't just the cup, it's the biotope as well. Are we on Earth and where on Earth? Or are we in space and where in space? And then when we look at something else that's missing, I want to say, well, there's a brain. And we know with that brain that we can create energy and motion. And so all of these things that we play with on Earth here are trying to contribute to our creature comforts. So we have ideas, we have knowledge, we have wishes, hopes, and aspirations, and most of all, we have love. And this is the energy that is in motion all over the place. This is the plasma fuel that fuels this universe. The plasma fields are the transaction currency. And that's what's missing. When we look at all things working in combination, it's the plasma interaction that is missing. And we know that when we look at the cups of life, we see that we created basic physical components, but we had an environment that brought us different types of GANs and brought us amino acids, which are the building blocks of life, absolutely essential for our plants, our animals, and all the other species and all of life that is on this planet, whether it's salt water or fresh water. And there's a relationship. And then we find there's a limitation in our knowledge because the math of physics does not balance. The totality is achieved when we take into account all the energy, including the PM ticks, including the matter, the antimatter, and the dark matter. And then we look at our knowledge and we see that we're just a little tiny red speck in the rest of the universe. And so this is representative of our knowledge. And over the last 30 years, our knowledge has come down. It has really dropped down. So one of the things we talked about, and I wanted to give you food for thought, is that we use agriculture, we use plants to feed ourselves. Animals also feed off the plants. And then we also eat the animals. So all of this has souls. Whether it's a plant has a soul, fish, a man, an animal, all of it. Even the nematode has a soul. And so when we use food as a drug, we find that some things are altering our environment. We're coming to a watershed moment. We're looking at different kinds of feeding systems because what the feeding system is looking for, the bottom line, is nourishment. And this watershed, so that you understand, there's a leeward side and there's a windward side. And this is the direction that the wind is flowing. And so the winds of change are on the windward side. And so what we find with the watershed is to show you that there's something missing. Some things are out of range. And the way we operate is a problem. So one of the subjects is a sheldrake. And say, well, what is a sheldrake? What's a type of duck? And we all know what ducks are, right? If it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck, right? But there's another sheldrake, and that's a Rupert sheldrake. And he has a theory that countermands the Darwinian theory. It's called morphogenic resonance. And why this is important is because how does a kitten, in the absence of its mother, know how to take care of itself? How does a baby fish that is taken from Malawi and brought to North America know how to survive? And how does that fish know to brood its eggs in its mouth? So is this morphological, or is this genetic, or is it resonance? Resonance implies frequency, it implies physicality. So the resonance implies a physicality in terms of a reaction, but the morphogenic is more implying the kind of energy that is creative. And as a result of this particular theory, this sheldrake is classed as a scientific heretic. Does that sound familiar? He is accused of speaking about pseudoscience. Does that sound familiar? We want to get back to nature. We are nature. So what we have to understand is that when we deal with limitations, when we have the physical subjects and the chemical subjects and the classification subjects, what we have to understand is that energy in motion comes through different energy states. And those states are physical, plasma states are plasmatic. And this is how we can transcend the limitations of science. And it is very important because you see, one of the things that we have is a change in our point of view. There is a plasma state, there is a physical state, there's an in-between state. And somehow from the plasma state to the physical state, there has to be a transformation. And what happens in the physical state? The physical state allows us to transport ourselves on this planet. Well, now we come up with a new possibility where we can transport ourselves into outer space as well. And so when we talk about manifestation and to define manifestation, it's our perception of a stacker reality, right? All fields, when they come together, they form another. That is the essence of manifestation. And it is this plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So yeah, there's a non-tangible and a tangible manifestation, a non-visible and a visible manifestation. There's a plasmatic and a physical. So there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. Whichever reality you're talking about is a form artifact, and the emotions of presence is that form artifact. So we are in the presence. And so there's a new state. And that new state is the link between the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And we know about this state because every night when we go to sleep, we have a dream, and that is the dream state. And we're going to talk about that more in the future. Because yesterday, dreams came true. Dreams came true. We are at a watershed moment. Yesterday was opening up the new foundation exhibition in Linz. And the knowledge has an opportunity to come forward and fill that gap. So when we looked at what we had here, vertical life is our plant life. The horizontal life is our animal life. And we are both. We are in between. So we find that, when we're discussing angels or angles, we look at the relationship between the vertical enhancement and the horizontal enhancement units. And we find that there's more. There's more to be offered. And we're hoping to see it very shortly, because this is how we're going to bridge the gaps. We have to bridge this gap in a higher order of magnitude. Now, we can't know with the details. We have to have the detail of knowing by connection. And the limitations that we have with our self-serving attitude is limiting us to this planet, because we keep taking the energy from others. And this is an abuse. And what's missing, the missing ingredient, is the morality. And so where is the factor? The factor is that there are consequences. So the double cross that you cross is your eternal burden. And so the ethos of the universe is really what is missing. The creation comes from the combination of morality, compassion, and courage, non-physicals. And so when we look at the universal cup and we see our physical destination is manifest through our dynamic transfer states. And we know that these dynamic transfer states operate on different levels. And we have to see, we are now going from a stacker unit to the universal cup. and understand that the universal cup comes from the interdependence of all of us. What goes around comes around. And that's why when you look at the emblem of the Universal Council, you find that the environment, it doesn't matter if it's in the Rift Lakes or if it's in the Great Lakes, it doesn't matter. What matters is the universal rules. The universal rules are what feed us, the soul food that we need. When we tune into the universe and turn on to the energies that it gives, and then we drop out from our physicality in terms of dominating, it's not the survival of the fittest. It has to do with the survival of the energy, where you provide the pattern, you get the energy, and that's how you receive, because the universe provides. And the independent variable is our dream state. What we all dream of is what patriots fight for all the time. You can't have patriots in one country and have patriots in another country. Does not compute. What we're looking for, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We are producing the plasma science, putting in public domain, because world peace is mandatory. To achieve physical and emotional harmony, you have to have physical and emotional vitality. This is the knowledge that the knowledge seekers get. And then the knowledge seekers find the truth. But do we have the courage to become difference makers? Difference makers are universal patriots. They have the universal language of knowing. And this is why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Thank you for allowing me to make this presentation today. I hope you enjoyed the stories.
Well, thank you, Alex. That was quite a fish story, but I think it has a lot of lessons in there that we will unravel over time. I know I had cichlids at one time, but they always seemed rather aggressive to the other fish, even to each other. But I guess on the other hand, they also work together with other species, and this is what we're going to be doing over time in the universe as we start to share knowledge. So thank you very much. And even though they look different and appear different, we're going to be able to work with them and share and probably develop things together. Maybe we'll even bring that back here to some of these species who tend to peck at each other. And maybe they'll learn to work together more. But I do agree our DNA or our manifestation is going to have to be done in a rather quick pace and not over millions or billions of years to find the exact location for the eyes and the nose and so many other things. But this is going to happen. And we're going to experience this, and hopefully it humbles us more. Although I know Mr. Keshe said that some of us traveling into the universe may become a little bit arrogant about the whole situation, like we've achieved something, or I don't know exactly. I'll have to listen to that again, but hopefully we all stay humble and share the knowledge willingly without any sort of thinking we have an advantage over someone else because we've done something that they haven't done. But I'll open the floor up and see if we have any other comments about this different teaching that we had today in so many ways, but I thank you for it. So if anyone would like to share what they've just heard or something along these lines, please feel free to open your mics. And I don't know if I missed the whole point, Alex, or gosh.
Well, I would like to say this.
Yes, please.
I enjoyed the hobby very well. You wonder why so many people are into gardening. It's very peaceful. It's very rewarding. And one of the most rewarding things is to keep things growing. You know, you plant something and it grows And that's, the people with the green thumb, they have tremendous satisfaction. And people who don't have a green thumb, they run out to the garden center and buy the plants minutes before the pond tour arrives, right? Because there's a lot of prestige to being able to demonstrate to people that you can keep things alive. But what I found is that the garden people, the fish people, as well as the farmers, really don't care too much about the environment. They care more about being able to share stories. They care more about, knowing the names. But now it's gotten to the point they don't care about the names. I want the most expensive fish. I want the big expensive fish. Or just, add water, instant aquarium, and back to the video games. The gardeners, basically the same thing. My garden has to look immaculate. But how artificial is that? And you want your backyard to be beautiful, but we know that the rest of the planet is having problems. I'm missing a slide. One of the slides is on the tines. One of the problems we have with this agricultural plowing is the problems with liquid manure. And so we had a problem was that we had to get rid of the liquid manure, which is a big problem when they had the flooding in the Mississippi River. It came from the liquid manure. And one of the ways that we get rid of liquid manure is we put injectors on the end of the tines on the plows. And one of the communities here in Canada found that the liquid manure ended up in the drinking water. Things we do. We colorize the fish. We colorize the plants. We genetically modify the fish, all for the sake of money. And there's no substance. There's no knowledge. We've even forgiven that. We don't do the knowledge anymore. There are no Latin names anymore. In fact, one of the pond fish is called a koi. It comes from Japan, where in Japan they figured out that a food fish is $10 and an ornamental fish is $75,000. So that's where the hobby has gone. But then, you find that people come to you and they ask you for a koi fish. In Japanese, koi is fish. So they're literally asking you for a fish. Or they come to you and they talk about cichlids. So right away, they know nothing about the hobby. If they know nothing about the hobby, they know nothing about the environment. And if they know nothing about the environment, then they don't care. And all these things. You don't have to ask them. They basically tell you through their actions. Actions speak louder than words. And so this is the thing that really bothered me the most about being in that business. I thought people would care about the environment more because they had to care about keeping plants and animals alive. And I didn't even talk about pets. I talked about the fish pets, But we learned a rule there, didn't we? You don't play hockey in the kitchen. That's a rule. Well, these other rules, we're not learning these other rules. And it's time that we learn it. We've hit a watershed moment where we realize that the knowledge and education that we've had is not enough and it's limited. So Take off the limitations, take off the blinkers, and look around and see how life works. And you'll see that it is interdependent. So the fish depend on the water hyacinths. The algae depends on the water hyacinths. The water quality depends on that. All things work in combination. You cannot extract that rocky biotope from Lake Malawi because the plants don't grow in water that is over half a meter deep. The plants grow in water that is maximum a meter or less. And it is the plants on the periphery of the lake that keeps that lake clean. And so when you go to a fish hobbyist and you see, oh, this is my natural hobby, and they will be almost violent in their demonstration of their knowledge. And then you look at the brown algae and you say, okay, I'm not going to argue with you. Good luck keeping your fish alive. And so a lot of people think, with the limitation of the knowledge, if more fish die, then more fish are needed. And it's called business. It's not the way. There's no morality going down that path. What do you think, Mark?
Yes, I think we've all been taught that we think wealth is in the pocket, but and we've all, everywhere we look, it appears, not everywhere, but for most people, that is why they're working, and that is why they're struggling to get something, to get a little bit more of the same. So I think, though, we're learning, and we'll have to show the others. I don't want to say they're wrong, because that's all they understand. It's just like if I say, well, how come you're not using zero-time communication now? Because no one has taught us. And this is probably one of the first times in our lives we've ever heard. I mean, not just today, but within this foundation, that you can actually communicate through your soul, where most of us would just say no. So it's the same with the money and most of our activities. We haven't been taught the correct way, or it's been hidden from us over the years by the entire structure of education and science and the clergy. We haven't been allowed to flourish, so to speak, in a way that's maybe not aggressive, and it doesn't have a profit motive.
I want to
because, yeah, go ahead.
What I wanted to do was to add to one of your concerns is with respect to the point of today's class. What has come out is that it is possible for us to change our environment by extending our environment. So imagine if you could jump out of the fish tank into the air and not shrivel up and die. So if the plasma field could extend beyond, shall we say, the transportation vehicle, so we not only transport our physicality, but we transport our environment at the same time. So we have our environment within another environment, right?
Yes,
And so this has come up.
Yes, we saw that drawing in the workshop.
On Thursday.
Yeah, where, well, and the one before too, I think, didn't
Oh,
you
yes,
say
that's right.
about extending the tent of the ship so that we could walk as we would for hundreds of kilometers in every direction? So yes, there are so many things we don't know, but apparently we have a beautiful teacher that's going to show us the way step by step.
And so if a baby is born, it goes from a water environment to an air environment, and it does that in very short order. But we know that if you go from an air environment into the water environment, you'll drown. And so there's something wrong with this picture. Either, it's our understanding, or it's our acceptance, And this is where the teaching has to go. There's something different, going on. And what we're realizing is that we've always had this capability, but there are some limitations that are put on our capabilities. So when we look at the vertical enhancement or the horizontal enhancement units and the combination thereof, these are going to be assists for us to be able to go into the new fields of knowledge. Do you agree?
100%. 100%. It's a new toy for us to play with, to start realizing what can be done on our own. But again, it's a training system. It's a practice system. And hopefully these units will be getting out more and more so we can take advantage of the knowledge that's being put to us through these systems. Or Mr. Keshe says, I've given you new toys to play with.
Yes, sir.
And even though it's the most advanced, I mean, gosh, it's breathtaking in a way that we're actually going to be moving around the universe, and it doesn't always have to be with the ship. Your body can stay here, and as we see with the dream state, I think you can interact and teach and share all across the universe. And then maybe when you find a position you'd like to relocate to, if it's all agreeable amongst all the souls, you'll be able to spend some time there and even come back and share the knowledge. And he said, not in thousands of or hundreds of years, but instantaneously. So again, beyond our wildest imaginations.
Yeah, but Mark, we can't leave people behind.
No, they'll be looked after.
We have to, we have to keep teaching.
Alex.
Hi, John.
Hi, hello. I love your reasoning. Everybody loves to go to the seaside, and which is the biggest water closet on earth.
Absolutely. Thank you, John.
We're going to get a watershed for John as well, so he can keep serving his community down there, our community.
I think Alex didn't finish his teaching today. He said he had a missing slide. And we know he told the best fish story in the world. So Alex, what happened to the one that got away?
That was the
There's something
tines.
fishy there, yeah.
We saw the tines. This is where he was plowing the field. But
it was the one with the injectors on the tines.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd never heard of that before. Was this runoff from animal farms that which was causing this pollution?
Well, when you say runoff, when you inject the liquid manure into the ground, I wouldn't call that runoff.
Okay, I misunderstood. Okay.
But I will tell you one thing. Maybe if I can just add, now that you reminded me, I was watching the Synodontis. You understand? I was watching the Synodontis. It took me 2 years to get this to a breeding colony size. And I witnessed this live. And the way to do it is in total darkness with a red light, because this is done at night, okay? And I watched this for 3 hours, and it was amazing. And to see the look on that female's face when these Synodontis came in, it was priceless. And I witnessed this. It was very a special event. And I went home very satisfied, came back in the morning. All the fish were dead. $800 worth of livestock within 12 hours. How do you think I felt?
Not the happiest camper on the block.
I turned off the lights. I left the room and I didn't come back for a couple of weeks. I was so disgusted because this was this was sort of the maraschino cherry on top.
Yeah.
You have all this knowledge that you're learning, and you make mistakes, and that teaches you how to do things better. And then here it was, the pinnacle, and I needed the money to help pay for the rent. I mean, that's why people were doing the fish hobby, but they died. And then when I came back 2 weeks later, I found a copper residue in all the rivers that I had, because the water was coming from the mains, you see. It was circulating from the mains. And at that time, in those 2 weeks, there was a crisis, and about half a dozen people died. About 6 people died from water poisoning. And what had happened was, it was in a farming community, and no one would fess up. No one would own up to what had happened. And what I found out later, it was an agricultural calamity. But what the people in the water treatment plant did, because what had happened was that one of them was charged with murder, or actually charged with incompetence. I'm sorry, charged with incompetence. And this had never happened since Christopher Columbus, that you could do a job and be charged with incompetence. You could be fired, but actually to serve jail time for being incompetent on your job. And we're not talking about politicians here, corrupt politicians or something like that. We're just talking about someone doing their job the way they've been told. But the problem was that they didn't put enough chemicals in the water. And but they put in as many chemicals as they were told.
What do you mean, to sequester the copper?
No, to purify the water. And so one of the chemicals they threw in was copper sulfate. And they threw in enough copper sulfate in the water to kill my fish. And I wasn't the only one. There was a major catastrophe in the whole industry right across the province, because every water treatment plant did the same way. So it was an agricultural problem. They threw in added chemicals into the water over and above the regular chemicals they threw in. And, I learned a valuable lesson, that I had to have a self-contained system, that I couldn't depend on the system that I was paying taxes for. And, but how I found that out was when I seen the green residue, which was not algae. It was that color, that you see on the top of churches with the copper flashing. That green color. It's a special color. It's unique, and you know what it is. And that's not the first time that's happened. We had another incident where we had West Nile disease, and they threw a chemical into the water stream to deal with that. Oh man, and when I think about how many fish died.
Yeah, we know our ways have continued to mess things up here on this planet, as Mr. Keshe says in the message to humanity. You've messed things up for millions of years, right? Sometimes we don't think we are, but we are.
Well, the thing is that, we have these solutions all around. So something is, something is missing. And not only is the knowledge missing, but fundamentally the morality is missing, because when you have the morality, you will get the knowledge. That's, because you have to look in that direction. You actually have to turn around and see what's going on and understand that, wait a second, the system's broken. It's not working. Change. You have to change. Can't keep doing the same thing. You know what that means. So this is how we move forward, and we learn and we understand. And the biggest learning of all is that little tiny red dot that we call home. And we compare that to the rest of the universe, and you say, oh, that's why the Keshe Foundation is a spaceship institute. Okay, because there's so much more out there, and it's waiting for us.
Alex, my problem with the water that I mentioned beforehand is I use natural fountain water, which is beautiful water, because the water we have here from the main plant that processes the water, they can't get the Roundup out of the water. It's full of Roundup Ready, which is used in agriculture, and it goes into the streams, and that's cancerous stuff. So people are dying from cancer here through drinking the water.
Yeah, exactly, John. And we have so many examples of this everywhere that, you know, we could be forever recounting all of these things. So we don't need to look anymore, because we now need to look for the solutions, and the solutions are there. But we have to increase our knowledge, and our knowledge is limited because of a variety of reasons that are restricting us. But if we can bridge this knowledge by knowing, then we can incorporate some of the new knowledge. So the basic knowledge we have, it's the cups of life. Make the cups of life. Build the peace stone. That is your transcendent energy. That is the message. Thanks a lot, Joe.
And again, many well-trusting and believing souls, you know, in Christianity, for example, they say, you know, God said, I made the man in the image of myself. We agree to that. But it also, God said, I gave man dominion over nature. And I thought that was a good thing, but now I'm seeing we really need to work with nature, and we really shouldn't take dominion over nature per se, where we're the top of the heat and we'll dictate to the rest below us because we're made like God, but not the rest. So there's a lot of misnomers that are put out across the spectrum that allows us to think we're justified in doing many of the things we do. And many times it's innocent and it's through a belief, but a wrong belief. So I think this technology will help, as we know, with the plasma water to bring things back into a balance. And when we stop eating and doing many of these, or less of it here, you'll see that the species curtail their actual production of themselves, because they know they're not going to be eaten. And the same right across the spectrum. So there's a lot to learn and a lot to do, and a lot of work that still needs to go on this planet. And hopefully the ones that remain will be doing it, especially if some of the population leaves. But I think before they leave, to a greater extent, we'll have to get things in the right position here, and a better understanding of how to take care of one another. As Mr. Keshe says, all life has to be respected. Anyone else would like to jump in for a moment? Come on in, the water's fine. And there was another announcement in Telegram that I think Keaton had put in there about the conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. It says there's and this is for November 4th to 7th, just about 30 days or so away, at the Golden Nugget Hotel. And it's a cosmic consciousness and disclosure. And Mr. Keshe will be speaking there. I don't know which day. It's the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th, it looks like. And of course, today and yesterday, the exhibition was open today, wasn't it? It just wasn't Saturday. I think it was today as well, the 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, the workshop is covering 2 days
And again, he's trying to reach some of these, well, he said there would be a small group of knowledge seekers there. And I don't know if they're just doing a dry run or other people will stop in, or they're getting things prepared for when the doors, so almost like a dress rehearsal, perhaps. Not that Mr. Keshe needs any rehearsing anytime, but maybe the rest of us do.
No, I think the rehearsing is done. I think the show started yesterday. The reports will be coming in soon enough.
Alex, hi, it's Dean here. Can I make some comments on this? Obviously, I was present over the last couple of days, but I can't disclose too many things. But
no,
there's been
just stay within your range, please.
Yeah, I'm going to stay within my range. So there were many nationalities that have travelled and were present, Alex, and it was a joy to see certain individuals present within the environment of the new exhibition and TV studios in Linz that have been publicly announced by Mr. Keshe and are now officially opened. It was there are some new technologies that have been shown, as in physically shown, as in units, but I can't disclose anything about that. And so the exhibition centre was filled with knowledge seekers that were there that had much knowledge between them, but also started to share their knowledge again amongst themselves, amongst ourselves. There were many different communications where we had groups of, we had some UC members there that were present in physicality, and it was great for the UC members to meet and to actually, we work on a soul level and we all speak to each other through these channels, Zoom and various other channels that we speak to each other through all the time. But it was still wonderful to actually meet in physicality, and you find that when you meet somebody in physicality, sometimes you have a different impression, a different feel strength to what you perceive through hearing a voice and having an interaction on this sort of level. And when you actually meet the physicality, sometimes misconceptions can be changed, and the feel strength, as I've just said, can be completely different to what you imagined. Sometimes you get a part of the transfer of energy through one aspect that you are viewing from when you just hear a voice. But when you physically are present with another being, there's a different field interaction, and because we're in a matter state and we are still very present on the planet, we experience different emotions, I think, when we actually have a tangibility to an encounter. We are very physical beings. We exist in a very slowed down field on this planet, a very condensed field. That we've grown to experience this this matter state, this slow down field. And as I said, it's a totally different experience to. As I said, just speaking to somebody and hearing a voice on a physical level. I think the interactions are, because we're so used to it, we gather more feel strength, and we gather more actions sometimes. And also there's a deep connection with the physicalities of people meeting. We are all a big soul family, and we all speak to each other on a regular basis through these platforms. And we've all grown to know each other's voices and experience each other's feel strengths But on this material plane, on this planet that we're on, as I said, I think this is part of the equation of what you were speaking about, even with the fish analogy. We were born as a fish. We spent 9 months of our life as a fish in our mother's womb, and we experienced being in a different environment. And then we come out of this position and start gasping for air. And so we go from one state to another state in a very short period of time. And I think this is a bit like the analogy of the center opening up. It's like being there's a new birth happening with this exhibition center, and the exhibition center will be a starting position for many other centers that are going to open up all across the planet, and everybody will start to experience many teachings and many interactions on not only on a soul level but on a physical level as well. And then these teachings can spread to the different generations. It can open up many aspects of the knowledge to the younger generations that can come in and experience, not only through channels of, as I'm saying now, like this channel that we're speaking through now, but in physicality, they can actually come in and experience plasma, feel the fields on their physical bodies, because we can explain many things to people in many different ways. But until a physical body experiences and senses the feeling of plasma on its physical nano-coated skin structure, the 3 layers of the skin, sometimes it's hard for certain beings to accept the fields or come to terms with the fact that there are other dimensions beyond what the physical body construct feels. So this structure that's taking place right now and has been put in place by Mr. Keshe from a very long time ago is now reaching a point where I'm struggling for the right words here, but like critical mass, where we're getting to a point where many knowledge seekers have come together, the field strength is gathered, and now the knowledge is about to bloom all across the planet, and not only in communications through social media and these sort of field strengths on this sort of platform, but also in tangibility as well. And so this is going to make, I think, a big difference. And when people start to experience, when many souls, when they walk into, well, it felt from my point of view, from my personal experience, that when people walked into the exhibition, even aged knowledge seekers that know the technology very well, when they come in and they see, they experience all the technologies that we've all come to know and love all around the building, it gathers in a field strength and positions them so that they want to know more, they want to give more, they want to take this even further to their nations and to their direct families and the communities that they work and respond within. And it was a great pleasure to see the smiling faces today of many individuals, many souls, and just the joy, seeing the joy in people's faces of knowledge sharing that was shared. And there's obviously knowledge sharing when it's in a conference environment where certain knowledges are shared in a different way, that then that transcends the soul, receives that field strength. And even though it can't, I can't share anything now directly for obvious reasons, but the field has been transferred to me. I've felt it, and the soul has responded to it. And in times to come, then this knowledge that I've gathered will be shared again, and the filtering process will take place once more, where it will get and what's the right word? Will be communicated in many different ways, because we can cut things many, many times, and we can have an interaction where the fields rub together, as we know, like the planet Earth and the sun and all the fields in between. And once that interaction happens, and we get that spark of life, that spark of soul interaction, that spark of physicality, many things start to happen. And all the souls are wonderfully aware of all of this. And as we know, the tangibility of the physicality is catching up. And I think in many aspects within the design center, from many of the people that I experienced that were present, they are very, very aware. And they're at a level now that that beauty will be shown. I think, and Mr. Keshe said this many times, he's here to show this time. He's here to for people to experience it and to really to feel a difference, to really be present with this technology, not only by the field strength that you have where you've made these technologies yourself at home, but also through Mr. Keshe's endeavors, that many of the tools and many of the devices that have been placed and are being placed all around the planet will be available for people to physically experience. And then for the elevation of the soul's interactions around their environment and within themselves will be of a different nature. And I think this is going to be a very joyous, wonderful time for humanity. And I really look forward to all these centers opening up across the planet. There was a situation today where there were some knowledge seekers that gathered around, and they had a very big One Cup, One Life. And there was different nationalities present, and each nationality had some of the One Cup, One Life that they had personally with them. And this was added to this bigger cup. And so we all, with some thoughts and intentions, put some of our One Cup, One Life into this bigger One Cup, One Life. And so all the different nationalities brought this together. And with this interaction and this giving, and then these waters will then be dispersed and given back to other people. So there will be this this sharing of the peace dome in another way, in another field strength. That everybody makes their own individual cup. We shared it into one big cup, and then this big cup is then redistributed amongst people. And then once they spray this into the atmosphere, then you have another field strength of many nationalities and many, many different interactions within that particular environment that you're going to give into. So you're going to be spreading not only your own thoughts and intentions, but the thoughts and intentions of the other nations that have put into this big cup. I know this is in physicality, but once sprayed into the atmosphere, we know that this sharing of the beauty will enhance and bring about this wonderful peace dome that many, many of you I know have been spreading for some time now. And so I feel that this will be another contribution to bringing about a very, very gentle and beautiful way of bringing this peace, because we are messengers of peace. And I think this will bring this forward in a most spontaneous, beautiful way that will enhance many, many environments across this planet. So it was a wonderful experience. I've gone around it, I've sort of sugarcoated it a little bit there, but I'll give you some information without really giving anything away. So I've sort of give you some field strength of what it was like to be present in the exhibition centre with the souls that the souls were aware of already been placed to be part of this, like you guys are here right now. Your soul has positioned you to be part of this, and I thank you for that, because it's a wonderful experience listening to you, Alex, and to Mark and all the souls that present and share this knowledge openly and freely. And it is that learning process that gradually that field strength will transcend and reach across all of humanity. That just like the plasma waters that we spray on Sundays, this will in the moments to follow, this will reach every single soul, and we will find this this peaceful transition to the next stage for all the souls that are present within this this small little sphere that we call the blue planet Earth, which is just one little tiny plasma amongst a multitude of universal plasmas in every scale from micro to macro that transcend and move across this vast unicos that we are a tiny, tiny fraction of. And we are experiencing this wonderful little plasma within ourselves that is basically a huge universe, and all the way back to the ultimate position of taking the position back with the whole of creation. So anyway, thank you for listening. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. Yes, I sense these fields will start to build. I mean, they're already extending across the planet, but as they build up, they'll be stronger and go across the parking lot, and then the city of Linz, and then the country of Austria. And as these centers or different centers get put together, they're all going to link up with this dome. So I think it's very beautiful. Thank you for all your contributions, Dean, and all your work.
No, you're very welcome. Thank you, Mark. Thank you all. Honestly, it was very special, as it always is with all these conferences that are opened up. There's always a wonderful atmosphere, and it's like a gathering of in physicality of the beautiful souls that know this and have experienced it, and have I don't know what the right word is, but are yeah, I do know the right word, present souls that are present in every moment, like each and every one of you are right in this very moment. And sometimes it can be, we find within our communities, we all we feel a little bit isolated sometimes, because the plasmas around us, the souls around us, don't always experience what we experience from our point of view. And so we are walking GANs ourselves, as we know, but we can project the thoughts and intentions, and we can radiate out the one cup, one life just with a thought. So I can reach across to where you are in your very position right now with the thought of spraying the plasma waters and giving into your environment, and you could do the same to mine. And we can, so like in the physicality that I spoke about earlier, where we were physically putting the water in, we can also do this too with just a thought, and give back and enhance and bring about this condition of peace all across the planet. Showing that the manure there, the liquid manure, very true. In agriculture, it's the same thing. There was some interactions with some people today to do with agriculture, and that's very beneficial and very beautiful too. And I think this will be, if you can put plasma into this position, then a bit like when we put the plasma waters down into the drains, as Jalal has said in the past, and the amount of bacteria, microbes and everything, if you think of the trillions and trillions of microbes that you are feeding and giving the plasma to, that are souls, because every single being, every single cell is a soul, and all equal, none higher, none lower. So even this liquid manure is a soul, and there's many billions of souls within it. So if we spray the plasma waters into these souls, then this transition will be more intense and a quicker transition. It will happen in another way. We know that time doesn't exist outside of this planet, but in these slowed down fields that we exist in, that so we have a matter state condition where it just seems to take longer. It's like when we, as we know, Mr. Keshe said to us many times that when we look into the night sky, we see a star, and for us, that star is in the night sky for a whole lifetime. And for us, we think that is a fixed position. But to that being in the transition period, as in the star, they could be traveling at zero-time communication. And so it's for want of a better word, warp speed. They are traveling from one end of the universe to the other, and in no time at all. But for us, it seems a very long time. So this transition period, we can speed up by sharing the plasma waters, and we will lighten and enhance this present planet very, very quickly. So the more you can spray and with your intentions, share this, not only this knowledge, but the plasma, the sooner we will change the whole condition across the planet. And yes, that's right, they're Great Lakes. I mean, in every we know that many knowledge seekers have been spreading these plasma waters now for quite some time. So the plasma waters are across the planet already. So it's already in transition. It's just a matter for us in our matter state condition of experience it in a position that feels quick enough for us to accept the change that is part of us, that is us, that is the transition to a plasmatic state from a fixed position of the matter state. So anyway, thank you, Mark. So I didn't mean to go on again.
No, that's fine. I had a question, just a curiosity, and then we'll go to Lissy. She has her hand up. While you were walking through the parking lot, or maybe on the roof, did you see any lights or perhaps any crafts that may be landing there? I think our friends from the universal community will not feel threatened in the exhibition, and we may see some of them appear, whether they land with a craft or maybe they can just manifest themselves there. So be on the lookout. I just had this very strong sense that they'll be welcome there and they won't be threatened at all.
Mark, I do believe, and I sense this, having been present, that yes, I totally agree with you. And one thing I will share is, and I'm not, so one of the evenings when I left the center, I always notice certain environments around me. I was very aware of my environment and the conditions. And I did notice a very, very unusual position of a certain cloud. And with the knowledge that we know, and we've been shared many times, we know that certain craft do tend to hide within certain cloud formations. And there was a distinct cloud formation that I've not seen before on a very big scale. And I remember distinctly thinking to myself, hello, it's wonderful to be present with you. And so, yeah, very much so, Mark.
Thank you, Dean.
Present in every moment.
Thank you for helping prepare the party.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, I'll let Liz. Thank you, Mark.
Go ahead, Lissy.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Your beautiful teachings. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alex.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, and thank you everybody for coming. Hello, Alex, and thank you for you all the time you donate, you love, and you knowledge for us. I have a question, but my question is very long, and I prefer the people translate for me. Maybe John or Patricia. Thank you.
Do we have someone to translate for Lissy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Hablando de agricultura.
Talking about agriculture, it's the theme.
El tema hoy son las plánticas.
The thing that we're talking today. Sigue hablando, yo traduzco.
Sí, sí, sí.
That we're talking about the plants.
Yeah. Me estaba pensando que hay algunos
I was thinking that there's some
animales
plants, some animals, and some plants.
Quiero saber si estas
I would like
plantas
to know if these plants
se adaptaron al sistema o
system
por defenderse, como las plantas carnívoras, por ejemplo,
defending
y
themselves. For example, the plants that are carnivorous.
pensando los
I was
caracoles
thinking
africanos
about the African snails
que le hacen daño a las plantas y
that
de hecho en
harm the
Cuba
plants.
hay un animal, hay una pez que
Pests
destruye como que grandes áreas de cultivos
that
alrededor
destroy
de
lots
los
of
ríos. Entonces, quiero saber si
agricultural fields
estas
around
plantas
the
y estos
rivers.
animales
I would like to know if these plants and these
los
animals
se modificaron para adaptarse al ambiente
were
o
modified to
que
adapt to the environment
destruyen a sus propios seres.
because they are destroying their own beings.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Patricia.
You're welcome.
Could you just state that question? We missed some of it because you were both, you were trying to translate and you were doing a beautiful job.
She was asking, Lizzie was asking if these plants and animals that destroyed their environment got adapted to the environment, if that is what happened. Because, for example, the plants that eat meat or the animals along the rivers and all that, if they adapted themselves to survive. That was her question.
Yeah, I'm prepared to wade into that.
Estoy preparado para entrarle a eso.
Let me talk about an example. We talked about migration.
Déjame hablar sobre un ejemplo. Hablamos sobre la migración.
In Africa, there are wildebeest that migrate from the South Africa into the interior of Africa.
En África hay ciertas bestias que se migraron de una parte de África a la parte sur de África.
And as you know, with the changing seasons, that sometimes where there's a lot of water, suddenly it becomes desert. So the animals have to move with the changing of the season.
Entonces, con el cambio de estaciones, hay muchas áreas que de tener mucha agua se convierten en desierto. Entonces, estos animales se tienen que ir adaptando a esto.
Some of the countries have decided to put up fences, and in that process, they restrict the migration.
Entonces, muchos de los países decidieron poner cercas y entonces ahí restringieron la migración.
So if you understand, during the migration, the animals, as they go, they nibble on the plants.
Entonces, tú comprendes que cuando están en una migración, los animales cuando están pasando están comiendo de estas plantas. The thing is, Alex, I'm translating to the Hispanic community. There's 20 of us.
So the plants, to protect themselves,
Entonces, las plantas para protegerse,
they secrete a chemical.
Entonces ellos secretan un químico.
And that chemical is tannic acid.
Y ese químico es ácido tánico.
And this tannic acid is the same type of chemical that they use in the preparation or in the clothing industry for making leather.
Entonces, este químico es el mismo que utilizan en la industria del cuero para tratar el cuero.
Yeah, so the tannic acid makes the leather more durable.
Entonces, el ácido tánico hace que el cuero sea más duradero.
So, in this period of adaptation is between when the animal eats it and when the plant secretes.
Entonces, en este periodo de adaptación es cuando el animal lo consume y la planta lo secreta.
So as the animal is migrating, it nibbles on the plant, but it doesn't have tannic acid in the plant material.
Entonces, a medida que el animal se come la planta, la come, pero no tiene el ácido tánico como material la planta.
So what I call the predatory distance, that is how far can the animal migrate before it has to nibble another plant.
Es lo que yo llamo la distancia predatoria, es cuánto tiene que transcurrir desde que este animal comió de una planta hasta que tenga que volver a comer de la otra planta.
So the plant to defend itself, once it gets eaten, or once the animal starts to eat the plant starts to secrete this tannic acid.
Entonces, como mecanismo de defensa, la planta comienza a secretar este ácido tánico para que no lo sigan comiendo.
And what they found was that the surrounding plants of the same species were also secreting tannic acid.
Entonces, lo que encontraron fue que las especies que estaban alrededor también estaban secretando ácido tánico.
Okay, so how do these plants communicate? Because they don't have mouths to speak and they don't have ears to hear.
Entonces, ¿cómo es que estas plantas se comunican? Porque no tienen bocas para hablar y oídos para oír.
And how does the animal know not to eat the plant, but migrates farther to where the plants are still, shall we say, without the chemical?
Entonces, ¿cómo sabe el animal que tiene que caminar más para poder consumir plantas que todavía no tienen el ácido tánico?
The bottom line is that the animals can eat the plant without killing the plant.
La idea principal es que los animales pueden consumir las plantas sin destruir las plantas.
When they put the fences in, the animals couldn't migrate.
Entonces, cuando pusieron las cercas, los animales no podían migrar.
So they had to eat the plant in the same area that they ate the first one.
Entonces ellos tenían que consumir las plantas en el mismo área donde estaban consumiendo las primeras.
Then suddenly they found that these wildebeest were dying.
Entonces de repente se dieron cuenta que estos animales estaban muriendo.
When they did the autopsy, they found that the stomach was like leather.
Entonces cuando hicieron la autopsia, se dieron cuenta que los estómagos eran como cuero.
And the leather lining of the stomach could not assimilate the food.
Y el estómago, como estaba tratado como un cuero en tratamiento, no podía asimilar la comida.
So instead of digesting the food, it would just sit there and rot in their stomach.
Entonces, en vez de hacer digestión, la comida con digestión, simplemente la comida se quedaba ahí y se podría dentro del estómago.
So despite the fact that there were all these plants around, the animals died of starvation.
Entonces, aunque habían suficientes plantas alrededor, estos animales se murieron de desnutrición.
So you can see that with man's intervention by putting limitations, it has upset this natural balance.
Entonces podemos ver cómo cuando el hombre interviene y pone limitaciones, interrumpe este balance en la naturaleza.
So this example shows the communication between the plants from one plant to another.
Entonces este ejemplo enseña la comunicación que existe de una planta a la otra.
And it also shows the communication from the plant to the animal.
Y también enseña la comunicación de una planta al animal.
So the plant is saying, yeah, you can eat me, but the other plant says, no, you can't eat me.
Entonces una planta dice, sí, tú me puedes consumir, y la otra planta le dice, tú no me puedes consumir.
And then there's a communication from animal to animal saying, you know, guys, we got to move.
Y después hay comunicación entre un animal y el otro, y le dice, ¿saben qué? Nosotros tenemos que seguirnos moviendo.
So if you base your communication on your physicality, then you're missing the show.
Entonces, si tú basas tu comunicación en tu fisicalidad, entonces te estás perdiendo parte del show.
I hope that example is answering your question because it's a great question.
Yo espero que ese ejemplo esté contestándote tu pregunta, porque es una buena pregunta.
Yes, thank you so much. Mark, I sent the video in the North American team, but I don't know can discuss about that topic, or for restriction, not. Thank you.
Yes, I'd rather not play it unless I've seen it or someone else has seen it. Do you want to discuss what you were alluding to or referring to without actually showing the video at this point? Perhaps we can bring it next week.
Oh, okay, maybe.
But
Yeah,
tell
but
us what your thinking is and why
it's
you wanted to.
about the global impact, the agricultural. So the situation now, but it's crazy. But I don't know for the limitation on YouTube or whatever.
Okay.
That topic is or in private. I don't know. And
Can I make a comment on that, please?
Excuse me.
Can I make a comment?
Response. So yes.
Okay. Yes, it's just this is a highly political situation at this point in time. So I would wait for the initiative to come from the research center in Austria.
And we were informed last week, Alex, about these feeding units. And so he said we would send them to, if you do receive a package and it has the Keshe tape on there, you'll know what to do. And he said we'd be sending those to trusted knowledge seekers. So,
well, in direct response to Lissy's question, you see, like we have an anomaly, and that is that we can benefit the crop yields with agriculture, but at the same time, it's possible for us to minimize the need for eating food.
Agree.
So Alyssa's question is how are we going to adapt in the future? And I think this is the thing. We all have to understand that we're at a watershed moment where things that we have learned, decades ago may or may not apply today. Let me give you another case in point. There is a problem in Holland with respect to energy because they won't have the energy for their greenhouses.
I just saw that. You're absolutely correct, I think.
Yeah, but the problem is that answer was solved 60 years ago. Okay, so
Right.
we solved the problem, but the problem has come back again. Okay, so if you insist on doing things that way, well, as Mr. Keshe says, that's you want to go the way of the donkey, go right ahead. Have a nice trip.
And I think what you were referring to is they need energy to run these big generators or something that put the CO2 in greenhouses. And now with the energy being too expensive, they're shutting off these CO2 generators. But we know more. I think we've even covered this in one of Jalal's classes.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much on that subject.
No problem.
It's a very sensitive,
Yes,
very sensitive subject.
Everything seems to be very sensitive these days. Okay.
Listen, Mark, seriously, seriously. You remember the biosphere experiment in Arizona, right? They were trying to do terraforming on Earth, and it ran this experiment for 2 years.
Yes, that was a long time ago. I vaguely remember.
Yeah, we haven't learned anything since, and we had to inject oxygen. Think about that. So what audacity do we have? We cannot terraform on Earth, but we want to go terraform in Mars? Yeah, right. I don't think, well, let's put it this way. Our knowledge has to increase.
Well, the spraying of the dome of peace here may lead us into spraying the dome of life elsewhere, shall we say, once we know more about what we're doing.
Oh, yeah, that's well said. Thank you.
Selena?
Yes. Can I say something about this?
You don't have to ask on this platform. Everyone is equal. Everyone has a microphone. And if you're judicial or judicious about it, you just open it when you're sold.
Thank you. But my knowledge is very limited. But I want to say something about the hunger, Yes. So we are talking about the global warming and the latest situation, this and that. So before I told you guys, I have few experience somewhere else. So when I get those kinds of experience, I understood there is no hunger. We don't need food, that situation. But now we are live, we are in material situation. So what can we do? So I think every day, if we try to slow our breathing, maybe 1 2 hour meditation, those kinds of things, we can reduce our hunger easy way. So if you guys want to try, anybody, they can. And there is other solution. We need to think natural way, not material way. We are part of nature, so everything we can find solution if we think about if we think we are part of nature and everything. So that way too. And I think so if we collect everybody's idea together, then we will find permanent solution. Yeah, I wanted to tell about those things. And another question for Alex. Why you are showing the Mississippi River map? Is there something we need to know? It's for Alex.
Hello. The reason for the Mississippi map is because the Mississippi River was flooded several years ago. And the damage was incredible. I can't even, I don't think we've still recovered. But we were concerned about the pollution that would have come, say, from chemical plants or from gas stations. But what had happened, what year was it? Well, it was about 25, 30, between 25 and 30 years ago, there was a movement to buy up all the hog farms in North America. And one family out of Wisconsin succeeded. And so these hog farms went from, say, upwards to around 500 hogs per farm to 15,000 hogs per farm. And so you can understand that the hogs generated a lot of manure. And so when they built the farms, they also had to build massive manure containment tanks. Well, during the flooding, these tanks overflowed. The problem with the liquid manure, we use manure as fertilizer, but that manure has been aged, like whiskey. But if you use the raw components, it hasn't matured. And so this raw manure was what was polluted the environment. And this is all, the entire from the Great Lakes right down to, I think, what's at the top of the Great Lakes? Is it St. Louis? At the top of the Mississippi, Mark? It's St.
Not
Louis,
sure.
isn't it?
I'm not sure.
All the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. All of that was affected. It affected almost at least 25% of the land mass in the United States. So,
So it has to be conditioned before it can be used.
That's right. But they're spreading it, right away, because the containment tanks are overflowing. They can't deal with it.
Gotcha.
Yes, understood. That's why they're reducing agriculture, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking to decontaminate these places, and then I had a little problem with the owners, and morality came into play. So I walked away from that job. It would have been extremely wealthy, but they crossed the line.
Yes. Do you know what? When I was in Bangladesh, there is protein like meat. Those thing was expensive, so people eat very less, like meat and chicken and those kinds of things. But when I came to America, oh my gosh, people eat every day, 3 times a day, 4 times a day. There's a lot of killing, and they are cruel to animal. So in my heart, always I felt pain for them. And I always wish, I never talked to anybody, but I felt in my heart, oh, maybe someday everything will be this much expensive, so people couldn't buy too much meat, and if they don't buy too much meat, animal would be safe. Less animal will be slaughtered. So maybe this is the day everything came back. I'm not that much sad. Everything expensive, getting expensive, at least for the meat. And I think people can make other way their protein, like mushroom and those kinds of stuff. I need to eat less. We eat too much, really. I don't
Right,
know.
but the plants are in the same position. A lot of
know.
people think they're not killing because they're not eating animals, and then they have a bowl of salad. But as Mr. Keshe said, and I think it was in the Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop that we might have covered that. He
Yeah.
went into the protein, and protein is the life. And just because they don't have a tongue, we don't hear them screaming, but it's the same situation. It's
Yeah,
just a
same
different,
situation.
just
I
a different
understand that.
strength of protein. Now,
Yeah.
Lissy has put into the chat, maybe is the opportunity for the plasma technology use fields for food.
Yes,
One problem is big opportunity for use plasma technology for solutions. And if I could, I'd like to ask Jason. Are you with us, Jason? I was hoping he might review, because you were interacting with Mr. Keshe last week when you were asking him about these feeding systems, which he said the Keshe Foundation is in, it's not that they're going to create them, they're in possession of these feeding systems. And if certain ones were to use food to cause mayhem on this planet, he said they would be released in hours. Jason, would you like to add anything to that if you're still with us? I see your picture.
Mark, it's Dean here. Can I make a quick comment on what you've just said?
Anyone can, yes.
Can I just say that obviously what Liz has just expressed is very, very true. So that it's a bit like the situation we're having with the medical condition that's been placed on the planet. And this condition has brought about a new condition where humanity has come together, and many families are they spent long periods of time together, and it changed the dynamic. You know, the emotion, emotion, and everything changed. And so when something ceases, or when something stops, a new creation is started. It's a bit like when a forest is goes through a transitional period, and it's raised to the ground. But from the carbon release and the hydrogen that goes into the earth, you suddenly get an explosion of growth again, and it transforms and it mutates into a much more bigger and more beautiful entity. And it's going to be the same thing with anything that is used with the wrong intention. We'll find that in these moments, now that the plasma's here and the knowledge is here, that it will transmute into something beautiful, and it will grow and it will expand more and more. And the slowing down of the fields can also be in the opposite way as well. So if something is done in the wrong way, then the speeding up of the reversal can be equally just as beautiful. So there's something to consider there. So I think that's quite a relevant point that Lizzie brought up. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, Mark.
So Dean, this may help facilitate the transition period, let's say, if we do face some sort of mayhem in that area.
Absolutely. Absolutely. From this position, if mayhem is caused, then there will be the transition will be speeded up. There will be a dynamism, an emotion, a field strength gathered that will cause a condition that will bring about a change that will be on a bigger scale, and will be completely different. So one plasma, the stronger feeding the weaker, and vice versa. Because as we know with the field strengths, it feeds itself, it loops back. So from something that is taken, the other will receive and feed back. So when it has a surplus and it has enough energy, then that transfer of energy will come back, and there will be a reversal, and it will be that new position will manifest much quicker. To my humble opinion.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Mark.
Anyone else want to come in here? We're approaching midnight in Europe, and we want to thank all the Europeans for staying up so late. I did want to play a wish from the Universal Council from August, and a little clip on the Universal Council and the final disclaimer that will end the meeting. But we are still open for any comments or perhaps suggestions or questions you'd like to pose here.
Another subject. If we want to see our soul, there is one easy way to stay. When we woke up from the sleep at the morning, we go to restroom, right? And most of restroom, they have a mirror. Did you guys anytime felt if we saw the mirror, you saw your eyes, did you felt anything anytime different? Did you felt like this, somebody watching you? It's happened. It happened to me. So sometimes I ask myself, who are you watching that mirror?
You mean another entity or a presence you're sensing?
No, that is our soul. When we saw our eyes deeply in the mirror, that is our soul. Physicality is seeing the soul.
Would anyone like to comment or just listen? You can continue, Selena.
Yeah. So I felt that way. That is our soul, and it feels different. And sometimes I laugh. Sometimes I get scared. Sometimes it's different feelings. I think so. Most of us can feel that too. And another thing that I told you, if we slow everything, slow little bit, like 1-2 hours, we can save our energy and we can reduce our hunger. That is very important thing. We can practice that.
So you mean like when a bear goes into hibernation or something along that line, where he goes into sort of...
Why we don't think about different way?
Okay.
Maybe we go to the soul's in soul part, in the soul. That way we reduce our hunger, not hibernation. It is good inside the soul. We can go to our soul, and that way we can reduce our hunger. I know, I felt when I go other places, there is no hunger. So we have physical body, we can deny that, but we can reduce hunger that way, slowing everything. Maybe 2-hour meditation, slow breathing. At least we could try, right? Because the situation is very, very, is happening.
Well, one of the things Mr. Keshe has taught, that if we can feed the soul of the man, it can feed the soul of physicality without a problem. But the systems he's talking about are talking, I believe, about direct absorption of field.
Yes, yes.
Into the physicality for even those who aren't aware of their soul and have not developed any self-awareness of the soul. They'll be able to enjoy these energies as well. And this is just the way I'm thinking, because I'm sure it's just not going to be for knowledge seekers. As he said, you could put it on a street pole, and anyone who comes under the street pole will be fed.
Yeah, that way too. We can try different way, right? And we are gangs.
Anything you'd like, yes.
I just have a question, Gail here. You know, this issue of when you're aware of something, that means it's in the physicality. So I get a little bit, not mixed up, but concerned that I'm not focusing on the soul of man, okay? But we end up with the soul of physicality, which is a good thing in a way, if we understand how to make them work together. And then it also brings me to the part of I'm using my hands above my head, and I have created a free soul, I guess. You know, how it's a little tricky because physicality is involved. And you don't know if you're actually dealing with your, I call it the big soul, or if it's the soul of physicality. Thanks.
They're both working together. They're both aware of each other. They're in an uncomfortable, in a way, relationship, but yet we're going to merge them together with this technology so that we can do more things than we can now. But both souls are aware of each other, One has the evenings more or less, the night, the soul of the man. And during the day, the soul of physicality is basically the boss. And the soul of the man just has to observe. So I think it'll go the other way as well, where the soul of physicality will start observing more of the soul of the man.
And then also we have to make sure if the soul of the man is going to take on the role of, invisibility, if you will, then we have to make sure that we're strong enough not to lose the physicality. And that is, those are the issues that I'm battling with a bit now.
Yes, he did say at the point of arrival, you may have some issues with containing the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. And if they do separate, you'll experience what we call death on this planet. He said it's not all honey and hunky-dory, I think.
No, not at all. And then the other issue, the question that don't, when you have the three fingers, the thumb and the two fingers, and you curl your little finger and the other finger to your palm, I'm trying to make sure I understand which one is which. Is the top of the reactor, the fourth part, your curled fingers into the palm, or is it the thumb that is the big guy? So I'm and the three fingers, like which one is which, the principle, the matter, and the what was the other one? Transition, principle, and the matter, I guess. So I'm trying to remember which one is which.
And if you look at your fingers, you see a line between the, as you go down your finger, you see one line, two lines. It looks
Which
like
finger?
any of the fingers. You can see three reactors on each finger, can't you?
No, I'll look
You
a
must
little
be
more
young
carefully.
with no lines. But
Thanks.
look at the finger and you'll see where the knuckle is. Each little
Okay,
knuckle,
yeah,
there's sort of a separation, and I think these are little reactors as well. But again, I'm no expert on this. Maybe Jalal would like to come in, and if he's still awake, it's getting to be midnight in Europe.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Mark, it's Dean here. I can make a comment if Jalal's not there. You just said about the fingers being reactors, and so you have the knuckles and everything. You have the joints, and as you said, that it's like a reactor. But also the three layers of the skin of man. So you have the nano coating on the top, and then you have this transition layer, and then the inner layer of the skin. And but it's fascinating that every single human being, every that has a physicality, has this very unique, completely unique to the individual fingerprint. Now, why would this be? Why would it be so unique to you that only this one soul in physicality has this this particular pattern within the structure of the actual physicality of the hand of the structure, meaning that that it gives you a field strength particular to yourself. And that field strength you can would be that it would give you the ability to manifest a field that is exactly what you require. So when we have a physical, like when we see something with our physical eyes, it attracts us in a certain field strength, a certain way. Certain people react to certain colors. Because from your viewpoint and from your perspective, that color interacts with you and gives you an emotion that you sense. So the same thing could be through the reactors of your hand and this very unique pattern that you have within your structure. And this could be something that you could tap into and maybe experience different ways of using the reactor within your hand. And what Gail was speaking about from the knowledge that I've come to understand, is that the thumb is the soul, and the thumb structure would be on your left hand, would be the soul of the oversoul, and the right hand would be the physicality. And the two fingers next to it, if we go into sort of like anything that we've seen with we say aliens, which are no one's really an alien. We're all floating around on a little blue planet that's in the middle of a ocean of universes, and we're a speck of dust, so we're all aliens. But the alien beings that were spoken about, they have three fingers. And the bottom two fingers don't tend to be there, so they would be folded in. So you just have the thumb, the forefinger, the middle finger, the index finger. And so this position could be beneficial to play around with your magnetic and gravitational fields, and to use to start to experience when you bring your hands together, as many of us have when we start to feel the fields between our hands, the plasmatic wind, and you feel the magnetical fields between your hands. And particularly if you excuse me, if you place some plasma water in the palm of your hand, and you gently place it in the palm of your hand, and then go outside into nature or something, and let this the tiny little bit of maybe a GANs and the plasma waters, and let it, and go into nature with the right thoughts and intentions, and gently open your hand up and let this plasma water dry on the palm of your hand. Just let it dry, and then feel the just experience the plasma, because you are plasma as well, but then you're taking in a new field strength. And so if you let this dry into your hands, you will find that you may, I'm not saying everybody will, I'm not claiming anything, but you may start to experience some more energy fields between your hands when you concentrate them in a certain position, just slightly, I don't know, 6 to 10 inches apart or something, and then just hold your hands there and start to experience the field strength of the plasma that there are trillions of fields between your hands, and you have that magnetical gravitational field that you can, like in Tai Chi and many other things, where you can concentrate the fields and you can start to feel that plasma. You can feel the magnetic conditions between your hands. And so with the three fingers that I've just explained, the thought with the uniqueness of the skin, and then the beauty of that magnetic field, and then using a bit of GANs, maybe you will experience a new sense of what plasma can be and is indeed. Thank you, Mark.
Right. And in that same workshop, I think it's the 134th, and right after he starts talking about using your hands to create the plasma ball, he says, and if you're more advanced, you can start using the two halves of your brain to create this potential difference and the fields in the same manner.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. Yeah. Created, so you've got two spheres of the brain. I mean, and
yeah,
it's the same
right
thing,
there.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's right
right
there in the same workshop. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But it's the same. It's like having the rubbing together of the fields. So in that infinity point in the middle, that the space gap is where all the beauty happens. And there's it's like the experiment Mr. Keshe brought many years ago, where he turned up with an empty box, the empty box of the universe, the space gap. And in those moments, none of us understood. Well, some knowledge seekers did, it had the knowledge, but many didn't. That space gap is where there's so much energy and so much potential, and it's unlimited, that we just didn't understand it because there was nothing there. But in the nothing being there, it's everything. And so it's the same thing between the two hemispheres of your brain. You know, you've got this space gap, and you have a soul that sits there. It is a black hole. It's a universe. It's a creation. It's the nano layer.
it's the beauty of mankind that will experience the dimensions of a universal flow once it engages and taps into this field strength.
And you recall, Dean, when he showed us the universal cup, in the center was a nano-coated copper spring and a nano-coated zinc spring. And then he pointed to the between them and he said, this is where the emotions are created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The emotion of man. And that, so this is.
So if you had no hands, you can accomplish the same.
Of course. Yeah, of course. But we were talking about the physicality, but of course we're talking about the soul aspects and the brain. And yeah, they will come to a position where, as you rightly just said, that we won't need the physicality, and we can then come to a position where we can move to a new position. And then if we so say, if we require it in that environment, then we can have a physicality again once more if we desire to. But depending upon where you land, that may not be very conducive, because if you land in a certain position, as Mr. Keshe would say planet Zeus, for instance, then you may not need these particular particular limbs that we have. They wouldn't be very useful to you. Every position requires a different field strength and a different thought and a different field, and that may be in physicality or non-physicality, dependent upon your intentions and positioning in that very moment.
And you do recall, Dean, when Mr. Keshe was in China and they were creating the system for the spaceship to be created, we all practice sending plasma balls in that direction to where they were working. So we can do the same with the Linz exhibition. Keep this in your mind often, and send fields of plasma. It's good practice, and I think we can create these fields of peace and calmness and whatever this exhibition needs, and it'll give us an opportunity to practice that.
Yeah, of course, Mark. And then, of course, going further into that, and if you start practicing this and giving to that particular dome of peace, which is here to bring this beautiful peace to humanity. It's the core. It's the Caroline core that Mr. Keshe spoke about many years ago. And so this position then it's a plasma, and if you feed this plasma, then it comes to a position where it will feed back. And so the more you give, the more you receive. So giving into this plasma, this core will bring about many different beauties and new conditions where the nano layering and the field strength will come back and feed back into your environment for you to experience even more, so that you can give even more. And then when you have a surplus, then you can feed that back again to another soul that requires or has a shortage, that they can receive the love and attention and care and the field strength that you have, that you can share and give to them. Thanks, Mark.
Very well.
Did you guys remember, used to be Mr. Keshe told about the old teaching? He used to tell us
about the what?
He used to tell us about ourselves. He used to say, "Oh, I'm not teaching anything. At the end, you will find I teach about yourself." Did you remember those kinds of stuff? I think the 5 cup and everything is all about us. We are the reactor, and he's teaching about us, our soul, and our body.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man, which he said, your soul has a double PhD in all of this.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're past midnight and I don't know how these meetings seem to extend themselves for such a long time.
Because
Alex?
they're fantastic. They're totally gripping and engaging. And you look at the contributions from Selena Keaton and Dean. And, you know, there's another, as Patricia says, another 20 in the Spanish community that are hanging on to every word. I want to thank everybody. This is the North American Corona team, international team meeting on Sunday afternoon. And I really thank you for allowing me to present again today. And I'm really honored that you've all been here. And we've crossed the watershed and the future's bright. So get your sunglasses on and let's move forward. See you next week, guys. I'm going to hand it over to you, Mark. Thank you. You carry
Okay.
on.
Yes, thanks. Is there anything else anyone would like to say before we go to the little clip from the A Wish from the Universal Council? And of course, that small video that we play and then the final disclaimer.
Hi, everyone. Only one thing I would like to bring here, just real quick.
Take your time. We love to hear from you, Jalal.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. Keshe speak in lately about the crisis which is coming about the economy and the high prices of the fuel and all of that. Today, you know, the 1 liter of fuel is going up about 4.5 kron in one day. And you know that what that means?
We don't understand what that means, Jalal. 4.5 kron.
1 liter before it cost 15 kron. It's about $1.50.
Okay.
And now it's nearly $2.
So close to 30%.
Yes, 30%, yeah.
And it's a huge difference, you know, when you are working with in the street and delivering and transport, and this will add a lot of to the goods.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to take the tires off the car and
In
start
Great
working.
Britain, you got no gas either.
You know, this is exactly when I came today. I wanted to ask the knowledge seeker here if they done anything with the plasma. You know, in the late times, we all ask the knowledge seekers to do things. Even Rick brought it up, and we bring this all of the time that the people do things.
And even Alex Jalal came into
Yes,
the
exactly.
question and he opened his mic, he raised his hand. He didn't mean to, but then he said exactly what you're ready to say here, which is
do according to your knowledge, do according to your knowledge, and you will see that everyone will add to it, and you yourself, you will add to the others, but do things.
Even if it's little things, we're not judging, right?
Even if it's a CO2 reactor, even if is it cup of the man, cup of the universe, the 5 cups, but do things.
And that's what Alex said. He said, nobody's going to do it for you.
You know, it's amazing that Mr. Keshe do not teach you how to be a god. Mr. Keshe teach you that you are a god. You don't need anything more, but to recognize that you can do.
The only one that's going to save you is yourself.
Exactly.
I talked to my friends in London this morning and they said there's not a problem with the fuel. The problem is the governments are forcing the truckers to take the vaccination shots and the truckers aren't doing it. So they've shut the trucking industry down.
All right. We're not going to talk about anything with the V in it.
You know,
Oh,
you know what?
sorry, guys.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
I
know
know,
what?
I have a lot to say too, and it's bubbling, Randy, so I know
But
where you're
wait,
coming from.
wait. Let me tell you guys. For 2 days now in Sweden here, they opened everything. Everything is open.
Norway too?
It's as if they are shut down. No, but they are not. Everything is open. You can do whatever you want, as if 2 years before. So
Blessed are you. And Sweden.
yeah, you don't need someone to tell you what is your potential and what you can do. Really, go deep in yourself and do things. This is, and you know, this is only tools for you to see what is inside you. This is only a keys for you to move a little bit here and there. The hands, the ganses, the nano. You have more. You have more than that. Believe me.
Mark, there are several versions that in the United States they're destroying all the crops. Is that true?
I don't know, I'm not on a farm. But Mr. Keshe said a certain individual was buying up, and I have seen headlines where, and I didn't read the stories, but it said the farmers are destroying their crops. Maybe they're being paid to destroy them. I don't know.
Yes, that's it. They're being paid, and
I don't know.
if not, they
John.
won't get the subsidy next year.
Okay.
That is correct. They're being paid to grow grass. In England, it's over 400 pounds an acre or a hectare, I believe.
Okay.
So we'll be fed with grass then.
Well, grass is good for cattle, but they don't want you raising cattle either.
John, can you say moo?
Well, all depends what type of grass.
Yeah.
So we make
You got the
GANs.
cannabis grass there.
Don't we just make some GANs out of whatever happens to be there? Because it's going to be energy.
No.
Yes.
No, you don't make guns. Go above it. You are already done the guns. Go above that.
You just
Create a
need plasma water.
No. Think
Slow
more.
yourself. Slow
Think-
yourself.
Think
Go
big.
inside. Yeah.
If you want to work with the ganses, make a plasma. Make a plasma. Try to make the free plasma. What you doing with your hands? All of you now, all of you, you come across this teaching of the hands. What you are doing? Are you creating ganses? Are you creating plasma liquid water or what? You are making fields. This is the same thing. If you work with the ganses, try to make the fields. If you make liquid plasma water, try to make fields. How you make fields? The potential difference between the stronger and the weaker. This is how you make the fields. It's not that you are using the liquid water or you wasn't using the ganses or using the reactors or using the coils. No, look to the fields, what is coming out and how this field interact to make a new field. You know, remember the GANs of the GANs? It's always like, yes.
Jalal, can I quickly say something? So
No, you don't say anything. You know why?
Why is this, Jalal?
Oh, my dear, for 2 days, I didn't hear anything from you, as if you are not there.
Oh, Jalal have been so busy.
Been working.
Yeah.
So one thing I will say, Jalal, is talking about creating. So we go beyond. We're creating from the fields. So we leave behind using the ganses and things. you produce the ganses. Work with the fields. Mr. Keshe said this many, many times, and I know that you have spoken about this many, many times and trying to get everybody to understand working with the fields. And I know that can be difficult, but a very quick analogy would be with what's just been spoken about with the agriculture, would be the best gardeners, or on a smaller scale, but the best gardeners are always the ones that give love and care and wish for their plants to be beautiful and give freely and unconditionally from themselves and just love what they do. And those gardens flourish. And they don't use any different materials to the other gardeners, but their thoughts and intentions are field strengths that enhance the environment and give it the beauty for it to flourish. It's no different between the two hemispheres of your brain. Give it that field strength to produce the fields, the interaction.
And you
Thank you,
mentioned the wish, Dean, and I was just going to bring something up, and please stay with us, Jalal, that Mr. Keshe said, if it's your, and now we know we're absorbing 80%, everyone is basically absorbing 80% of their energy every day from the fields of the environment. And Mr. Keshe said, if it's your wish to be fed by the fields of the universe, you will be fed.
I want to tell you a story. Do you have time?
Yes.
Yes. I have some experience about the wish, not really wish. It's like feelings. One time, my husband that time used to work in the nighttime. So I'm watching TV. He went to the work, so I'm watching TV, and there is a paid programming, the jewelry programming, right? So I'm watching those kinds of stuff. So suddenly one Bengal came into the screen. So I felt good. I don't like jewelry that much, but I was watching, I don't know why, but I felt very good when the Bengal came, the picture came. So I'm looking and drawing picture in the paper. Most of time when I watch TV or do something, I have a pen or paper. I try to draw or write. It's like automatic writing. So that day I was doing that. And then my husband came to the work in the morning time. And early in the morning, he say, oh, get ready. So I said, why? Let's go somewhere. Let's get ready. So I get ready. And he took me to the jewelry store and he bought me a bangle. It
Beautiful.
happened few times, not every time, but few times. When I realized when I plan to do something, it doesn't happen. But suddenly when it comes from the heart, good feelings, and it happened without asking.
Just like the jumper and the wish.
Yes. Yeah, it's happened. I am the proof. So I think so. We'll find something for ourselves, for our future.
No worries.
Yes.
And as he said, the fear basically paralyzes us. So let's avoid that as much as possible.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Anyone else before we wrap it up for today?
Well, I would just like to thank everybody, Mark, Alex, Jalal, and everybody else for permitting us to be in your workshop. And we're following you, Alex. We're never gonna let you go. And so it's been really, especially the last part of the meeting was really nice. And we thank you for all your sharing. and see you next week.
I'll make sure to stay between the ditches.
You may have your own spaceship along with Jalal, so you can teach along the way, Alex. Jalal.
Oh, do they have two-seaters?
Oh, no, they have 1,000 seaters.
Thanks, Patricia. Thanks, Jalal.
Thank you, Alex. But don't forget, guys, I am saying here.
Your physicality may be here, but your soul is going to be riding along with us.
I don't know. Mr. Cash said, no, you are bended to go there. To go, you stay here. He knows. If I go there, I will not never come here back.
Right. Okay. Well, we're going to do both. We're going to become these chameleons of the universe, back and forth. We're going to bring back knowledge, and we're going to share it on this planet as well from some of the perhaps more advanced civilizations, or even a civilization that has some different ways of doing things and that could improve our ways here. So I think the whole universal community is going to start working together and sharing once we get our feet on the ground, so to speak. Okay, is it time to wrap it up? Or was someone holding a thought that they wanted to share, but it hasn't come out? Feel free. We want to thank Mr. Keshe for providing everything we need, including this platform. And, thank everyone for participating. Even if you didn't speak, you've contributed massively to this meeting with your field strength.
Just one thing, Mark. Today I was teaching someone here, and he's the first time knowing about the plasma. I said, and he watched the amino acid, and he said, look, I make a magnet for this amino acid to be here. He said, this amino acid, from where it came? I said, this is from universe, from universe, from everywhere outside this earth. And you know what the beauty, what he said? He said, okay, there is a lot of materials in earth. So do the same thing. I said, exactly. The same materials, what we are making here, there's the same materials is outside in the earth, and they are mimicking the same magnet to capture and to bring in the amino acid, which is create everything here. And then he said, okay, if amino acid is here and created, from where it came? I said, from the universe, from the black hole. I said, in the black hole there is amino acid? I said, yes, 100%, because it's the same system all over the place. I said, is there a human outside there? I said, if you figure this one just in 5 minutes, you said, it need a lot of awareness when he telling you, okay, there's a lot of materials outside in earth, do that, mimic the same thing what you are doing here. He said, we are exactly doing the same. We are mimicking the same condition what earth makes, the materials makes outside, and we are making it here in this glass or in this jar. So
very, okay. Very nice teaching.
Yeah, really, it was very beautiful, open-minded. So it's the same thing, guys. Please think about the fields. It is the creator of everything. So even when you work with the matter state, whatever matter state it is, you are making a magnet for whatever you want. Thank you.
Jalal, Dean here again. So quickly on that note, I would like to say I wish your field strength to be present with us within the new exhibition center and TV station in Linz, Austria. And
you are not the only spy. You are not the only spy.
I know. I'm very aware. And you can be, all of you can be present. So we look forward to the field strength of each and every soul that's here listening in these moments. And remember, you can be present with us, as we've spoken earlier. Give this sphere, this ball of energy, this energy transfer, just direct it towards the center and be present with us, and you receive back. And so we can create this this beautiful peace and conditions that will bring about a change, not only for in your environment, but for the whole planet, because it's a plasma, and it's one plasma. And when you look at it as you're a plasma, it's a plasma from micro to macro. It makes no difference from a tiny cell to a universe. It's the same process. So that what Jalal's just been speaking about, you hold the essence of the creation, not only between your hands, between your brain, but between your thoughts. But you are the creation. You're the creator. So just tap into the fields. Just be present in this moment. Thank you.
And remember, Jalal, the Universal Council has said there are no secret workshops in space.
Yeah, in space, but we are here on Earth.
Got many operatives around the foundation. He's running his own network internally.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Joel. Get some rest for the next class that's coming up. I think at in about, well, maybe 9.5 hours. Yes. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Another round.
I mean, see you today.
And hopefully, you can try to join us. Well, it may be a little early, but if you join an hour later or two, just to test your Zoom. Okay, I'm going to play this wish from the Universal Council, which was from August 3rd. And we'll see how things are manifesting through their wishes. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Alex, and everyone else. We do appreciate your strength and the knowledge you've added, whether it was spoken or unspoken.
Thank you, guys.
Of the creator. So much beauty in it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Salam, namaste, salute. Hello, this is again Shwetanvar. As we are aware, all the knowledge seekers are aware of the change of administration in Iran, the beholder of the light, ancient light of and knowledge. And as the administration is changing, many things will change all over the world. And those who are in need, they will get all the knowledge as the world, humanity needs it in this moment in very imminent way, I will say. And we wish all the governments to work together. And here we created this wish as Universal Council, as knowledge seekers, as Universal Council support for as Iran is changing, and so the whole world will, in the world peace, in the world peace, in the oneness, in the one planet, one race, and one nation. So I'm going to say the wish. We, the Universal Council, wish that as a new administration of Iran comes into cooperation, elevate the soul of the leaders of different governments to cooperate with the new level of understanding of the knowledge of Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for the benefit of all souls. I am present.
I am present.
Present.
I'm
present.
Present.
I am present.
I am present.
I am present.
I am present. And I am present.
I am present.
I am present.
Hey, Rick, I'm playing hooky.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.